Good evening, everyone, and welcome. This is a workshop of the Scarborough Town Council. Today is Wednesday, March 5th, and it is 5:30. This evening, we will be discussing the open space plan, and we are joined by members of our planning department as well as the consultants who developed that plan. And so let the record show that in attendance are the full council minus Councilor Doherty. And I will give our esteemed guests an opportunity to introduce themselves, and then we will go ahead and get started. Start with you, Autumn.
My name is Autumn Spear. I'm the Director of Planning and Codes.
I'm Judy Colby George. I work for Viewshed.
I'm Madeline Tripp. I work for Viewshed too.
Jamie Fitch, Sustainability Manager.
Thank you so much for being here. I don't have a whole lot to say to introduce this other than I know a mountain of work has gone into this, and I'm looking forward to your presentation this evening. So with that, I will turn it over to Jamie.
Thank you. So I'm just going to do a quick introduction before I hand it over to our amazing consulting team from Viewshed. So the process to develop the open space plan started about 10 months ago with help from our open space ad hoc committee, members of which are sitting behind me this evening, Andrew Mackey and Cressy Maurer from Scarborough Land Trust, Doug Williams from the Parks and Conservation Land Board, Karen Martin from SEDCO, Nicole Hall from Community Services. Autumn and I also served on that committee, as did Karen as our council liaison, and then other representatives from other committees in Scarborough. So I am going to let Judy and Madeline kind of walk through the process that we've been working through these past 10 months. And present the priorities and recommendations as a result of the data analysis, community engagement, and best practices that they are experts in. So I'll hand it off to you.
Thank you, Jamie. I'll share my screen because it's easier to talk about this with visuals. Thanks everyone for having us here tonight. So as I said earlier, I'm Madeline Tripp, and Jamie already introduced the whole team that worked on this plan, but a lot of work and thought went into it. And we worked really closely with Autumn and Jamie and with the whole open space committee and relied on their expertise. In addition to Judy and me, we also had natural resource specialists from FB Environmental help inform the natural resource aspect of the plan. And like Jamie said, this process kicked off in April. And as you can see, we had a lot of public engagement that happened throughout the summer and into the fall. And then we also had a lot of meetings dispersed throughout the whole process with the Open Space Committee to check in on priorities and help develop different parts of the plan. And then on the back end of that, we were doing a lot of, did some data analysis, and then also looked through all of the, did a review of ordinances and existing things related to open space in Scarborough. So to kick off this process, we worked with the Open Space Committee to develop a vision for open space in Scarborough. And so this vision talks about what Scarborough wants its open space to look like for the future and why it's important for the town, and what values open space upholds in the town. So I won't read that, but it's there in green on the screen. And then we worked with the committee to develop goals to accomplish this vision that also would help direct the different strategies in this plan. And so this plan envisions a network of open space that will promote healthy biodiverse ecosystems, will be interconnected and accessible for the entire community, will foster resilience in the community and in their working lands, and protects 30% of Scarborough by 2030. So the foundation of this plan was taking a snapshot of open space that exists in Scarborough so far, or right now. And so the town land area, there's about 30,000 acres of land area in Scarborough. And we worked with the committee and with the Scarborough Land Trust to document how much open space is currently protected. And so that's around 7,000 acres right today, or 23% of the town's land area. And so to get to the goal that the town adopted earlier, to conserve 30% of the town land area by 2030, you need about 2,200 more acres. And so the next part of the process, well, here's a map of all of that existing open space. And we worked, coordinated really closely with Scarborough Land Trust to make sure that this was as up to date as possible. And of course, it'll be an ongoing process to keep this up to date. So the next step of the process was to take a look at Scarborough's land resources. And we looked at it through 6 different lenses or resource categories. So one of those was clean water. And so we gathered all of the available data related to clean water in Scarborough, including like aquifers and recharge areas, water bodies, and impervious surfaces, and put that together in a map. And then we looked at habitat resources in Scarborough, areas of undeveloped land, wetlands, and areas for inland wading bird and waterfowl habitat. A lot of it is concentrated in the marsh, but there's also a good bit dispersed throughout the whole town. We looked at working lands and gathered data on farmland and timberland and where prime farmland soils were. We also looked at recreation lands, and so we gathered data on the parks and open space that's publicly accessible and trails. And we looked at marsh migration based on 3 different scenarios of sea level rise and areas where the marshes may need more space to migrate inland. And then we looked at environmental hazards, areas where like floodplains where development could maybe be discouraged or to increase public health, public safety. So I'm going to hand it over to Judy to talk through how we used all of that information to inform our community engagement.
So we took those individual maps, and at our first public workshop, we put them out on tables for people to review. So the first step was to have the community come and look at them to say, oh, did you think about this? Did you think about that? This doesn't look quite right. You missed this. And so we had all that data out there for people to review and look at. So that was step 1 of that public meeting, is to have people go to each map, go around the room and look at the different maps and give us some information about them. Then that same meeting, we had a second activity where people were given money, pretend money, in which they were asked to, if they were the town and they were able to decide how they would spend money, in which of those categories did they think money should be spent? And that was really a way of getting at people's values, like seeing what things they valued more than other things. And so we had little buckets by the different maps, and people were able to put their money in the buckets. And then we were able to use that to help us to get at the values that people had over those different things. And so that was at that first public meeting. And then we replicated that same activity online in the survey that we did. And so we were able to keep that going through September and got, about 112 more responses than from we had about 40 people, I think it was, at the first meeting. And so we got about 112 more people to do the same activity online. So we were trying to get as many people to participate as possible. And then we took that information. And then we did a bunch of pop-up events. The committee did a great job of going out and asking people all over town at all sorts of different activities over the summer and into the fall, their thoughts about that. And so that was also able to help us to do the same kind of activity of, what things were important to people. And so we used all that information. And what we did is we took each of those maps that Madeline described to you, and we turned them into a numeric value. And then they were all normalized so they could be added together, thus the plus, 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 plus. And then, so in a very technical fashion, we smushed them all together and created the overall matrix that gave us a map that showed the areas in town that had the highest values of all of those things. So the first thing we did was just do that without adding the community value, but just looking at just from a purely, data-driven way, where were the areas that had a lot of overlapping things that were important. And then what we did is we took all that voting and we weighted the different categories by the way people voted. So that would pull out certain things. Interestingly, people voted fairly consistently, evenly for all the things. So apparently people like all the things in Scarborough with a little bit of weighting towards the habitat. But we use that to then weight that map. And so you can see here that where the darkest orange is, those were the highest values. If we were to take the existing open space, the existing open space off of there, most of those have the very darkest orange under them. So yay, good job. You guys have already protected all the really, really important stuff. But you can see that there's places where around those, and there's also places around town where you get to little darker areas. And so we used that to help us create this focus area map. And that map has two different categories in it. It has these high value open space areas. And so those are those dark purples, and those are from the matrix, the darkest places that we found. And then what we did is we took that and really looked at the town and its geomorphology and the way things connect to one another. And we created the lighter contiguous open space focus area as a way to say, open space protection has to do with willing sellers and the ability to buy land. And you can't just make it very narrow. You've got to make it so that you've got some connectivity and some ability to say land in these areas is what's important. And so that's what that lighter purple is. And so that's how we got to that overall focus area. And then from there, we started working on the strategies and implementation. And so for the purposes of making this easier to read from here on in this little discussion, we've taken off the responsible party part. But in the report, there is a list of who the responsible parties are, and there's the bold X is who's the primary committee or staff or whoever it is. But in order to make it more readable for this presentation, we just cut that off. So the strategies are broken into different topics. So we have conservation strategies, and these are really based around aiming for that 30 by 30 goal and ways that the town can think about how to do that in a way that is, it's expensive to buy land. So thinking about what are the bonds and grants and ways that you can think about implementing something like that over time. And then there's some stewardship ideas. So just getting a piece of land is not enough. You've got to think about how to maintain it over the long term. And so there's some goals in there about how to maintain those lands. And so that's what those strategies are about. And then in our ordinance review, and in working with Autumn and Jamie, we had a discussion and we broke that into things that we could do on the residential side, on the commercial side, and on the shoreline side that would assist in protecting some of these open spaces. And then in our work in doing this, it became evident that there were really some real data needs in terms of more information that would really be useful for the town in order to both continue to maintain the open space data that we created, but also helpful in making decisions about which pieces of property to protect, and things like thinking about the trail network and how to make sure that that is working, that is connected and also working with this plan. And so all of those things need data in order to understand them well. And so that is what falls under data collection. And then finally, we had a few strategies about educating people about why this is important. And that is the quick tour through the plan.
Thank you very much. I will go ahead and turn it over to council questions. Specifically, Councilor Cushing, go for it. Thank you for getting us started.
First of all, when you talk about community engagement, How many people came to your community meetings?
So we had about 40 people show up to the public workshop. And then we had like a little over 100 responses to the survey. And then Jamie and people from the Open Space Committee did a lot of outreach at events throughout the summer. And I think they reached about 240 people through that.
Thank you. My second question is, so we have 2,200 acres left to get to 30 by 30. What percentage, how many acres are left, period? In other words, we said, I see you've defined all of the areas that are already conserved. I know, for example, that my house is not included in conservation. How much land currently is actually developed and how much would be in the pool? So I guess what this goes to is to say, to really understand the implications of this, we have to understand what percentage of the remaining land in town is left. And that's not clear to me, and maybe you know the answer to that.
We didn't do a full analysis of all the parcels in town to determine which ones were built on and which ones were not built on, so I don't have the answer to that question.
Right, and
Right off the top of my head.
and my last question is, did you alluded to the fact that land is expensive. Did you drill down on that to get some idea of how much?
We didn't because, again, because each piece of land is an individual purchase that has to do with the way that somebody wants to sell it or donate it or the methodology. So in order to come up with that number, it would really, there's no good way to say exactly what that would be, or even to give you a good range.
You're right, it's not a perfect science. Would you
Yeah.
mind if I take a stab at it?
You could go for it.
So the average price of farmland is almost $3,000 an acre. That's undeveloped farmland. In Scarborough, there have been parcels of 2.9 acres that have sold for $100,000. If you take another number, which is just what's raw land cost, period, that's $35,000 an acre. If you multiply that times 2,200, that gets you to $77 million. And if you divide that by 15, that's $5 million a year. And the reason that I point this out, I appreciate all of your hard work as it comes to us to make decisions where we really need to balance a whole bunch of competing priorities, which include economic development, they include affordable housing, transportation, all of those kinds of things, which, by the way, people have come to community meetings and told us those things are important. So going forward, at least it's important to me that we sort of framework these things with some real data so that we understand both pieces of the fraction. Thank you.
Councillor Shu.
Sure. So to kind of follow up on that, is this report, the open space plan, are you recommending, because he wants a value of how much it would cost to buy the rest of the land. Is part of the recommendation coming from this group that the town buy the remainder of the 7% of land? Or am I interpreting this that you think we should explore with other avenues and partners and things like that?
That's what the strategies say, is to explore grants and other opportunities and other methods to get that land.
Right.
There's nothing that says that the town should buy all of those acres of land.
Right, which kind of makes it tricky when we try to narrow down actually what it would cost.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that the other thing to remember is that the 30 by 30 is a goal that you're working towards. And it always is going to be balanced with other priorities that the town has, right? I mean, every town is balancing multiple priorities. And the idea of the plan is that you now have a way to think about where to do that, and then the how of doing it is somewhat in those strategies. But the balancing is what happens over the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years as the town grows and changes and people's priorities change. And that's always going to be changing over time. So I think the good thing about having a plan is that it allows you to have that base to work from as priorities shift and change.
Other questions? Yeah, Councillor Anderson, thank you.
First, I just want to thank you guys. This is really, really great work. I did attend the forum that you guys put on and it
He's
was,
only saying that because you used his picture on.
but it was a wonderful forum and I enjoyed the exercise. It was probably for the town forums I've been at, like one of the best produced ones. So I really appreciate the work there. And I think the plan itself is a great plan, so I really appreciate it. Though, like, one thing I'm looking for, and I don't know if you guys have answers to this today, is with that 2,200, is there some low hanging fruit
Mm.
areas that we can focus on? Like, as I read the plan, I saw that 400 acres of town property wasn't under conservation easement. So that to me feels like a quick win, but at the same time, if it's not quality land, then is it really a win? And so I'm just curious if like the map is helpful, but like, does the committee or the experts have a view on things that this council can do this year that can get us closer to our goal? Cause like, again, there's a lot of great stuff to do, but I guess I'm antsy and like want to make some progress.
Yeah, and that's part of why the strategies have like some information about like what order and, you know, when to start certain things, because obviously nobody could do all those strategies at once. You know, and I think so the existing town land, I would say doing a evaluation of those lands, not all of them are gonna be great lands to
Yeah.
be conserved, right? But you could but you could do an evaluation of them and say, maybe some of these should be moved into the conserved lands section and some of them shouldn't. And then, you know, you can make decisions that way. So I would definitely say that's a great low hanging fruit that could be done. And I think there's other things. I'll let Autumn and Jamie speak to those.
Yeah.
Besides the CIP item.
Yeah.
You saw that in
And related to town-owned properties, the Conservation Commission has done some of that evaluation work. It's been a while. I think it was at least 10 years ago at this point, but I think that some of their information would still be valid. And those are the properties that I would suggest looking at first.
Do we have,
I was just gonna have a final point on that. Land Trust has identified, I believe, 9 different properties, town-owned properties, and I'm currently in the process. I really need to initiate the process to solicit input from various individuals in town, staff and committees, and bring a recommendation to this body. I don't recall the total acreage, but it's several hundred acres in total, as I recall. I think those are very carefully selected as they are contiguous to currently conserved lands.
Yeah.
So that will be coming to you.
And those won't
Okay,
cost
well.
us any money.
No, those are currently town owned.
So the,
well, my question about that is, it relates to the stewardship piece. And that's where I just want to make sure we're balancing, you know, it sounds great to say we have this town-owned property and, you know, some parcels may be no-brainers for, you know, turning over to conservation easements and things like that. But then we have that stewardship piece of who's going to take responsibility for it once it's, you know, defined as conservation property. Other questions?
other low-hanging fruit items?
Oh, yeah, sorry, Autumn, did you?
I was just gonna say, there's a lot in the implementation plan that are some pretty simple ordinance fixes and things like that. There's working with the Parks and Conservation Land Bond on their prioritization table that we can do. So when projects and properties come before them, they really align with this plan.
Mhm.
And it also, this plan, having this map gives the development team the ability, when we have people come in and have conversations with us about their proposed developments, this is a new tool we have to pull it out and say, okay, where are you at? You're in this area. Let's see if there's something we can do with your subdivision design or your project so that we can maybe get some conservation land in
Mhm.
the same way. And we've been able to do that over the last few years, get a few acres here and there, and those things do add up.
Yeah. Do you know, how does the Larrabee Farms project that's on our agenda today, is that already counted in this or when those?
I believe that it's already counted.
Oh,
in
it is?
this. I think so.
No, I don't
Or
think it
no?
is because
Did you
it
make
hasn't
sure?
been officially transferred to the town, so that is not counted for as part of our current open space anyway.
I thought it was in the map, but
It might be a priority area
Okay.
in the map, but it's not counted towards existing.
I like Jamie's
open
answer. It's
space.
Yeah.
not counted.
So that means get a win?
There you go.
Well, yeah, I wanna like start
Check the box.
seeing the thermometer go up. So it does feel like with that 130 acres that we have tonight, plus the other 100, assuming that moves forward, that's in the next 5 years, 230 acres, which is a good chunk. So I think that's great. What about what we recently did with the changing of the setbacks? Does that factor in at all into future conservation, or how does that?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
We wouldn't take those small pieces and put it into this. So.
Counselor Fellows.
Thank you. Autumn just mentioned engaging with the development community. Sounds like you know, the way you were talking about it was more on a project by project basis, and having this as a framework, which does sound helpful. I'm curious as to whether in the outreach that you did, whether you got any participation from the development community, or if there was any interaction at any point.
I know that there were representatives from various consulting firms, and also the Downs that participated in our workshop. But we didn't specifically seek them out as part of this process.
Yeah, I think, you know, as we witnessed during the recent wetland setback discussion, sometimes unfortunately, the way it ends up coming across folks is that it's kind of this binary thing, and we've got the development community and those who want to preserve open space and protect resources. And so I think I might have said this at the time, but I think going forward, and I'm not putting this on you at all, I don't mean to imply that at all, but I think it would be great if some of the development community in town could step up and really be at the table for these things and be active, constructive stakeholders in it, because as various folks have pointed out, they benefit from the quality of life and the natural environment that draws people here. So they benefit from that, and they should have a vested interest in it. So I'd love to see some participation from them going forward. And then I just want to take the opportunity to echo others and thanking you for all this work. It's great. It's kind of a great inventory and great analysis that you did. And, you know, particularly happy to see the emphasis on contiguous areas, which is obviously especially important for habitat. So looking forward to seeing how we move forward from here. Thanks.
Thanks, Corey.
Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
So the one thing I don't fully understand, and I think this probably goes into the education strategy that I'm hoping you can help me understand tonight, but hopefully the public will watch and we can start the education. I've been talking to some residents recently, and, you know, they've lived in Scarborough a long time, and they have homes on plots of land that they really don't want to sell and see turned into a development. And so what can residents actually do if they desire to make their land a conserved property? And like, how is that a strategy that many residents who want to kind of preserve Scarborough, that if they decide they want to put something in a trust, like how does that work? And what are things that existing property owners could do if they really want to try and preserve their property?
Well, I'm not sure that this plan particularly addressed individual landowners and the options available to them, because we were looking more broadly at town-wide. But they certainly have opportunities to decide to put their land into an easement, and there's lots of places that they can work with to do that, but I would let Jamie or Autumn.
We usually would advise someone to reach out to the Scarborough Land Trust,
Mhm.
and I think that's where they would certainly start.
In fact, I believe there's an application that has recently been submitted to the Parks and Conservation Land Board for their consideration, which essentially is a property owner is selling their development rights. So there's a cost associated with that. In exchange, there's a conservation easement. So it allows them to continue residing at that location. You know, roughly speaking, the development rights are probably half the market value, if you will.
Mhm.
That's not, you know, always true, but just roughly speaking, that's probably the way it works out. So there are mechanisms, and there's certainly in consultation with their lawyers doing estate planning, there's ways to put things in trust as well.
Mhm.
I think the land trust is really a good partner in that regard. You know, they have a pretty good thorough review of all the alternatives.
Mhm.
Andrew, can I put you on the spot?
Sure.
Sure. Do you mind coming to the table? So I know that in the past, you have hosted forums at the library to inform residents about what their options might be. Can you
Yes.
speak to what your past experience with that has been, or how the council can help to further that engagement?
Yes, we actually have a workshop coming up through Scarborough Adult Ed later this month. What's the date, Scott? Do you remember? March 19th. And I believe there's still space in that. That's registration through the Scarborough Adult Education Program. Typically, we also have another workshop in the fall, every fall for landowners. This is totally educational. Come find out what a conservation easement is, find out what other options are available. You know, take it or leave it. You know, it's the starting point really. And then we meet one-on-one with landowners if they want to pursue kind of more involvement, more discussion. And it really varies. You know, it's hard to, when people come to us and they have a 2-acre lot with a house on it and they want to see their land in conservation. That's a very hard thing to do because, you know, one is there aren't too many funding sources that are going to pay for that level of conservation. But we just had a very successful project where the owners split off 25 acres of their property that abutted both Pleasant Hill Preserve and Rachel Carson National Wildlife Refuge. So those are the types of projects that are a little easier to do. But, you know, we'll talk to any landowner, discuss options with them. And then, you know, it's up for them to decide what they'd like to do.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions for Andrew? Thank you for letting me put you on the spot. I knew that those opportunities existed and you're the best person to speak to those.
And we did also make clear in the report that the focus area map is from the best data we have now, identifying those areas, but a lot of that data is quite regional and not specific to the town. And so there is very likely to be pieces of land that you're going to find that have a lot of value and maybe don't show up in that map. So there's nothing in the plan that says you can't, you know, or you shouldn't find those pieces as well. So I think we tried to be really careful about the fact that the data that we have isn't super specific to the town because it's expensive to recreate that data as a town, you know, and so what we have is data that's on a more regional scale. And so, and again, in the data section, it's like, you know, you could go get better data and then you could refine all of, you know, and it's all set up so that you can keep refining that as time goes by. And there gets to be better data. So I think that's an important thing to remember is that the focus area map is set to kind of make that connectivity and set those things up, but it is not the be all and end all of the only places that you could find really good land to protect.
Other questions? I can keep going. So as it relates to ordinances, I know it's easy to view the open space plan and get really fixated on our 30 by 30 goal because it is so lofty and frankly, we are all aligned and moving, you know, trying to move that goal forward. But as it relates to just kind of the other kind of 3 legs of this table, you know, how do we make sure that in our ordinance review that we are keeping in mind some of these other priorities, you know, promoting healthy and diverse ecosystems and things like that? Like what does the ordinance review look like for something like that?
I'm not sure if I have a good answer yet. I think we have to really take a look at it, and put some more thought into it. We have our subdivision ordinance is very limited in what it applies to. We have a conservation subdivision in our zoning ordinance that's pretty good that we use. There's some things we could tweak. But if we want to really take a holistic view, and I've also heard from planning board wanting to start to take a look at, you know, amenities for neighborhoods and trails and small things. So there's so much. I think I'll have to come back to you with a good answer.
Okay, that's fair. Just trying to think about levers the 7 of us can pull.
Yeah.
Well, and do you want to speak to the recent example of someone wanting to subdivide their land, but it didn't meet the requirements of our ordinance? They specifically wanted to subdivide in order to conserve a portion of it. Remember the call we got from IF&W?
Oh, Yes, that one's so strange. Um,
Okay, then maybe not if it's a one-off.
That's a really weedy conversation, but our subdivision requirements sometimes they preclude good things with their requirements. You know, just lot frontage and density and things like that. And so there's some different ways we definitely have some interesting examples of those things. So those will be in that review. And I think I'm bold for that part.
I know you're bold for that.
I'm looking at that page.
Other questions? Yeah, Bill.
Echo John and Corey's commendation of your work, and I was so impressed when I went through it and I said, whoa, there's so much more here. It's gonna take more than one reading to absorb it. Three of us are relatively new, so the idea of 30 by 30, it certainly sounds catchy, but I wonder whether you had an opinion as to its practical feasibility.
I would say that it's a great goal to have. And I think for any community, having goals is important and it helps you move the needle in some direction. I think that, you know, moving it in a direction is the important thing. Whether you technically get 2,200 acres by 2030 is probably less important than that you're thinking about that. You know, I think that's the important thing, is that you're thinking about that while balancing it with all the other things that you have to think about, and that it's part of that balancing. So that's what I personally would say, but I don't live in Scarborough, so my opinion probably doesn't really matter that much.
I will add that I found one of the most helpful things about this exercise and the outcome is now we know what we have and we have a definition that we all agreed on. And that was probably the hardest thing okay, this is what we're defining, this is what we have. Because we had differing opinions on that and what actually counted. So now we have a document that we can actually track and we know how to count it and we know how to move forward. And will we get there? Fingers crossed we will, but it's always helpful to have, you know, an end goal in mind. And then to know that we're 23%, I think is really exciting, because we thought we were 17 when we started this. And then through this exercise, we found a lot more than we realized we didn't have. So that was probably, I think, the best part about this is we have this really good baseline and we know where we are and where we want to go. And I think to Dawn's point, I want to add in we do have some information about our developed land numbers. We'll have to put a lot of little asterisks behind it because it's not perfect, because a lot of land can be redeveloped, but it is important to see what we have undeveloped vacant land and as it relates to this. And we do have some information for that, so we can add that in.
I appreciated your answer because I think it's totally appropriate to try, better to try than to not try at all. And this work product that we have gives us a guideline for trying as best we can. And I think that's, we should not get hung up on a catchy phrase of 30 by 30. We should try and do the best we can in a continuous basis on this, since this is enormously important. The interconnection elements that were referenced, I thought were important. I like to walk all of the Scarborough Land Trust trail system. It's just a nice treat. It's something that Scarborough has that I think is unique and makes it special. And I do it all the time. And so whatever you could tell us about having studied this, the chances for interconnectivity for recreational purposes, because I don't think I'm alone at all in my perception that one of the things that makes Scarborough special is Scarborough Land Trust, trail systems, chance to be outdoors. So I'd be interested to know what your thoughts or findings were vis-a-vis interconnectivity.
Yeah, I mean, I think the town has a lot of great interconnectivity already. And I think that the idea of the way that the focus areas were created was to enhance that over time. And I think that both having the goal to move towards. And I would also say that in 2030, if you reach that goal, it doesn't mean you stop, right? Like, it doesn't mean, oh, great, we're done. Now we don't have to do anything more, right? It means that you still have the map to help you say, well, we still have interconnectivity that we can aim for, right? We can continue to try to find that both for recreation purposes, but also for habitat purposes, right? It's not just people who like to walk along interconnected places, all the animals like that too. And so, having those spaces where you leave that breathing space for the rest of the world to move and be able to, enjoy the place where you all live, not just yourselves, but all the other creatures that live here, I think is really important. And it leads to a lot of the quality of life that you have. So I do think it's really important. And I think you've made a great start. And this will just help you to enhance that even more.
I'm gonna go to John.
Yeah.
and then I'll come to
What's,
you.
just looking at the map and like looking at where some of the high value areas are, it looks like a lot of them kind of border other towns. So I'm just curious what the socialization plan is to share this with other municipalities, because even though we could say 30 by 30 is within Scarborough, if there's pieces that are also high value that looks like we need Gorham's partnership, to me, that's a win.
Yeah.
Whether it's Gorham's property, but on the fringes, but creates that connectivity and high valued parcels. So I'm just curious, have we reached out to them? Do they have open space plans, and are we aligned that this area is of value?
There's actually a regional trails plan that's underway now that we're going to be a part of. It's just getting kicked off. But part of this, one of the strategies is to work with our neighboring communities and to get in line with that. So once this is, accepted by council, then that'll be a next step to make sure we have those conversations and we're, please don't put your new store right up against our.
Yeah.
And I think, and the great thing is the way this works is the land, it makes sense.
Right.
And so it will make the same sense crossing the town borders. So we'll work with them.
Yeah,
And
good
as
point.
far as I know, Gorham is also working on a similar kind of project
Okay.
currently.
Councilor Gershman?
Thanks. So mostly an observation, and that, first of all, I'm a big fan of 30 by 30, and I walk on all these trails. Well, actually, I don't. I walk in Cape Elizabeth now because they plow the sidewalk over there out towards the headlight. So I really like all this stuff. And so please don't interpret my comments as being negative.
I did not.
But I'm a real fan in decision-making of understanding the implications, of understanding what the risks are, understanding, when you choose one thing, and not all the time, but sometimes you exclude something else.
Yep.
And sometimes you are, making a priorities values choice. And so I think that this group will always hear from me more data, helping us understand the implications, the pros and cons, because I think that, it's easy to give ourselves a group hug here and say, oh boy, look what we've done for our environment. And then we look down the road a couple of years and we've done some other things that we had no intent of doing, but we might not have done them if we'd appreciated it greater. So that's just more of a general comment. I wish somebody would take a snowblower and run it down the Eastern Trail. Because I'm not a fan of snowshoeing. So we have all these interconnected trails. And if you're not a winter walker, then you go to Cape Elizabeth. At least unless somebody tells me there's a better place. Thanks.
Other questions or comments for the group? Yeah, Karen, thank you.
Well, I just also want to thank everyone, the consultants, the staff, and all the residents and committees that were on the committee. I really enjoyed the conversation and the long debate about what is open space and the definition. It was really important, I think, to have the residents kind of define it themselves. And I think 30 by 30 is a big goal. And I think to me, it was in response to residents saying growth is out of control. And so I think in response, council was like, hey, guess what? We do care about conservation, and we do care about, the priorities of the residents. And so it is a bit of a stretch, but I'm hoping that, it also sent, I think, a little bit of a marketing tool spin, kind of saying like, this is our priority. And I think we've been overrun with development a little bit, that we've kind of forgotten where we're at and what we have. And I think maybe sometimes I appreciate Corey's feedback of maybe the developers weren't involved. And I think I'm a little confused about Sedco's role sometimes because when they're at the table, I'm under the impression that, you know, they're apprised, they're aware of like what's going on in the town and things like that. And I think, so that's where maybe that was a misconception by me, that if with that representation there, maybe they didn't feel like they were, but I'm just saying, like, I thought they were very aware of this process and what we were doing to that point. Lastly, I was looking at the educational strategies that you had, and I'm realizing that we have no one from the school here at all. And I think, you know, I also think it would be great for us as a community to kind of really take advantage of what we have. And so, you know, I think as a council, we should probably share this with the schools, see if there's a partnership that we can create to get the kids who are out there. I know the Scarborough Land Trust does as much as they can with the little that they have, but you know, if somehow we could probably try to use this plan and really, I think, just acknowledge and take advantage of what we have, I think that would be great for Scarborough and its students.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, Counselor. Forty.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. All my questions got answered. They asked the questions because we just had a bond to buy land, so I didn't know that this meant we were gonna buy the 22 acres of the taxpayers, but that's not the case. We just want to encourage it. So that's what this is about. It's just another issue, like you said, the developers, I mean, they have done that in the past. They've developed an area, ball field at Black Point, I think was donated by a developer, I think. And, you know, so they have done it in the past. And I would think they'd do it more often too. And maybe we'll get there that way. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, you know, again, I think this is great. I guess, you know, before you guys go, I'm just curious, like, what advice do you have for us as a body? What's your suggestion to us as maybe like our first action after we approve this to kind of just make sure that it stays alive? And I don't know, that's for staff too, if there's something that you need from us to really prioritize to make sure that this doesn't just become a really good plan, but like, I want an action. I want to know, like,
You don't say.
what are we doing? Yeah.
We've had some discussion within the committee about trying to make a space live like website where all of the strategies are posted so that over the next few years, as you implement them, it's kept up to date. And so I think that would be a really great way to keep the plan a living document, you know, so that the public is constantly aware, is constantly updated, and that is available to people. So I think that's one thing that you could think about as a way to make sure that the plan is out in front of people, not just you, but, you know, all of everyone. And I think there is another recommendation in there that you get a report on a regular basis, on an annual basis, as to what progress has been made, both in terms of acreage for the 30 by 30, but the other strategies as well. And so that you are, you know, kept apprised of what goals have been reached within the plan, so that it doesn't become a thing that goes on a shelf.
Yeah.
And I don't get the sense from anybody. First of all, it was a spectacular committee. I work with a lot of committees. It was a great committee to work with. People were really, really engaged. And so it was wonderful. And your staff is amazing. And so in all ways, I don't see any chance that the plan will just be put on a shelf anywhere.
Just in terms of keeping this front of mind, I believe when the council adopted the 30 by 30, there was some conversation around, you know, how do we keep, where's the scorecard? How can we just be mindful of this? I have been working with staff. I've got some of my most creative and thoughtful minds working on it. Our thought is to have something very visual, probably in the lobby out here that you'll see at least twice a month when you come in. And we'll have a bit of a celebration, symbolic or otherwise, when you are able to conserve more land, we can move that needle, so to speak. So I think something as simple as that will help keep it front of mind for all of us. So we intend to do that in the next couple of months. I do have a question, probably best for the consultants. Presumably you do this work for other clients, whether it's in state or out of state. I'm just curious, how does that 23% compare to some other communities you work with?
I think it is probably a little bit higher than a lot of towns have. Some towns have a little more. I mean, it's,
Yeah.
you know, but I think you guys are right on, on target in terms of having a fair amount of conserved land. You've clearly been attentive to that. So,
The other question, Autumn alluded to it, for the public and perhaps for some on council, the method that we have used for 20 years, 20+ years, for evaluating properties for use of town funds, in the acquisition, or at least partial, town funds for acquisition, is the use of the Parks and Conservation Land Board, and they have developed and they still use what has been fairly tried and true, but I think it's getting a bit outdated, kind of an evaluation matrix or methodology. Is any of this work intended to inform that process? And is there expectation that their evaluation process will change as a result of some of this work?
Yes, that's one of the strategies, is to align those and make sure we don't need to change it or alter it in any way.
Counselor Anderson?
Yeah, this is maybe for you, Tom. So like, I always refer to Liam as the marijuana czar because he did all the marijuana stuff.
He's,
So
I'm pleased to give
for
him that
for the,
title.
for the public who aren't in the room, Liam made such a happy face at that.
So I'm curious, is there someone you have in mind for staff that is our open space czar? I see a lot of bold under planning. So is Autumn our?
Trails and master trails. Years are.
I'll see you.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. I mean, I think you're looking at the power on the team right in front of
Angela as
you
well,
here, and
yeah.
Angela's certainly part of that as
Mhm.
well. So let me give us that some thought. I don't know if we'll actually bestow that title on someone. Your point's well taken.
But all this work, I think
Turn your mic on.
we have a lot of things that come at us, and so we're busy. But this shouldn't be forgotten. It's easy to shelve a report that this is this sophisticated and gives this much detail as to where directions you can go. So I think we would rely on the staff, which is top-notch, to be able to say, bite off something here, take this here, and have a regular review so that we're kind of comes at us, we react to it, we endorse it, and we move on. And that occurs on a regular basis.
To that, Bill, I would say, and if no one else has any other remarks, I would close this out kind of the way we closed out the transportation workshop, which is, I think that this plan really reflects our community's values. And so I applaud you for the work that you did to engage our community members. I think this work is going to make a lot of people very happy. And that we are in the business of making our residents happy. And so for that, I am grateful. I can't see this council with the priorities that we have set, with the goals that we have set and agreed to, putting this on a shelf. I think that there's a lot of alignment, and a lot of energy behind this work, and I'm very grateful for that. So thank you to the consultants, thank you to our staff, thank you to the committee and to the committee members that are joining us here this evening. If there are no other comments, I will go ahead and close the workshop, and we will reconvene for our business meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Scarborough Town Council. Today is Wednesday, March 5th, 2025, and it is 7 p.m. If you will please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Tody, could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Doherty.
Here.
Counselor Cushing.
Yeah.
Counselor Shu. Here. Counselor Fellows.
Here.
Counselor Donovan.
Here.
Counselor Anderson.
Here.
And Counselor Chair Sider.
Here. Thank you
All
very
present.
much.
Thank you.
At this time, I will address item number 4, which is general public comment. Anyone in the room or online wishing to make general public comment on items that are not on our agenda this evening may approach the podium. I will remind you to please state your name and address for the public record, to address your comments to me as the chair, and to please respect our rules of decorum. And with that, I will turn it over to the public. Welcome.
Hi, Stonis Moody Roberts, 38 County Road. I was watching the workshop from home just now, and very exciting. Just wanted to compliment the town for engaging in that effort and the members of the study. One thing I wanted to highlight, and this was touched upon a little bit, is the role that zoning and ordinances can play in conserving open space. That the more that we orient our zoning around smart growth principles, protecting undeveloped land and prioritizing growth in already developed areas, that can help the goal at no cost to the town. And in fact, positively, as sprawling development is more expensive for the town to support than more compact development. And then I also want to put in a plug for North Scarborough. One of the maps that was displayed showed open space that was open to the public, and all of North Scarborough, there's no recreation area, no trails, no land that's open to the public. So I was really excited to see one of the strategies that was mentioned was a CIP request, potentially from Autumn, for a trail network master plan. And it would be important to, I think, to include the public in that. And I would love to be part of it and to put in as many volunteer hours as possible to that. And then I also wanted to say that there may be an announcement as soon as tomorrow from the MTA about their where things are going, an exciting announcement, and just again to thank the council and having gotten us in the town to where we are there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moody Roberts. Seeing no one else in the room currently, I will go ahead and take online public comment. Are you taking Ms. Billings first? Ms. Billings, you should be able to speak. You unmute your microphone.
Try the next one.
Okay, we will try the next public speaker, and Ms. Billings will come back to you.
Matthew, you should be able to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Matthew Keith, and I live at 8 Pleasant Ave. First off, I just have some exciting news to share. I miss coming to see y'all in person, but I'm so grateful for this, for the remote ability to tune in and voice the things that are important to me, because I have a newborn born a week tomorrow. And so, yeah, it's just really, I'm grateful for the opportunity to connect this way. And what I'd like to share with the council about has some direct correlation to that, which is the preschool meeting that the school board had this past week. I just wanted to share with the whole council, make sure everybody was aware of some of the things around it, which is that our public-private partnership with Shooting Stars right now is set to expire, I think, in one more year. I don't have the exact timeline right on that or in front of me. And there won't be grant funding available at that time. So if we wanted to continue that, we'd have to find a way to fund it. The school board presented a chart that showed other towns. And we are the only town that they showed on that chart. I don't know if it's the only town in Maine, but the only town on the chart that has less than 2 publicly funded preschools. And the other more affluent towns, Yarmouth, Falmouth, Cape Elizabeth, have 2. So not a whole lot more, but if we let Shooting Stars expire, then we'd be down to 0, with, everybody else having more. And with the school building coming up, where, I wouldn't want to see something like preschool shoot down the plan, make it too expensive. And at the same time, the school board had mentioned that these public-private partnerships are really expensive if they're not grant funded. And so if we don't take this opportunity with the building to at least have some forward thinking of maybe just making sure 1 or 2 preschool classes, we can call them future development, we can call them whatever we want, but that we have some space to grow into, then we're basically saying that we're okay tacitly with staying at 0 potentially. So I just wanted to put that on the radar of the board, and thank you for your time, and I appreciate you all so much.
Thank you, Matthew. Congratulations. Ms. Billings, we will give you a second try.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, thank you so much. I just had a comment about the beach fees. I'm a regular.
Can I interrupt you for a second? We will be discussing the beach fees at length, and I will take public comment during that discussion. Would you like to hold your public comment, or would you like to make it now?
Can I make it now?
You certainly can. If you could just state your name and address for the public record.
Yes, Catherine Billings. I live at 12 Honeysuckle Lane in Scarborough.
Thank you.
And I'm a regular early morning visitor to Higgins Beach, basically every single day for the last 10 years. And my one concern about the beach fees, which is specific to Higgins, is that the Higgins Beach is a very popular place early in the mornings, specifically for surfers and dog walkers and regular walkers. And the $5 before 9 a.m. fee, I think, accommodates quite a few people. And the issue is that we also have 12 parking spaces on Bayview Avenue, which if most people will go there first before 9 a.m. So I know that it's not the same with Pine Point and Ferry, but I think at Higgins, if we could retain, or at least consider retaining, the early morning reduced fee for those of us who surf and walk and are visiting for a short term of time before 9 a.m. I don't know how the residents on Bayview will feel, but I think it's worth a discussion, because I think what's going to happen is we're going to have a really bottleneck situation. Well, we already do, but it's going to get worse on Bayview Avenue. So I just wanted to put that out.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to make general public comment this evening? Seeing none, I will go ahead and close general public comment. Item 5 are the meeting minutes from our February 19th, 2025 Town Council meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Show that as unanimous. Thank you. Item 6 is adjustments to the agenda. Again, this evening, I will propose that we move item 9 to just under, to appear on the agenda just below item 8. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Show that as unanimous. Thank you. Any other adjustments to the agenda this evening? Okay, item 7 is treasurer's warrants. I took care of those just before the meeting, and item 8 is our town manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I get started, Andrew Mackey, the Executive Director of the Land Trust, was in attendance at the workshop. And he was going to stay to offer public comment, but I'm going to do it on his behalf. There was a point in the conversation where there was a discussion around land in other communities and whether, that's something we're, concern ourselves with. From the Land Trust point of view, they, of course, predominantly are focused on Scarborough, but case in point, there's 88 Mitchell Hill Road is the property address. They received 26 acres in the town of Gorham, just on the other side of the Nonsuch River. It's part of some sort of development project, but they actually bought using their private funds 4 acres on the Scarborough side. So just point being that boundaries, particularly when it's land that needs to be conserved, and that is a focal area along the Nonsuch. They would like to create this kind of ribbon of conservation throughout the entirety of Scarborough. So I just, on his behalf, wanted to mention that. I wanted just to spend a few moments just speaking about, I guess, the goings on in Washington and what it means for us or doesn't mean for us. And there's a lot of uncertainty, let's face it. We have done some initial assessment, just understanding from a town operations point of view, what are the sorts of things we do that have any in part or in whole reliance on federal funding, just so we're aware of potential exposure. First and foremost, the grants are obvious, and we've got significant grants kind of in play. Those have officially been paused. What that means, I don't know, frankly. But from an operational point of view, we're trying to do some assessment, and I think we have a good understanding of where those federal dollars come in terms of the production and provision of public services. I'm pleased to say on the town side, I would estimate there's fairly low exposure at this point. The biggest areas of concern would be Medicare and Medicaid with respect to reimbursement for ambulance service. That's probably the biggest on the revenue side. On the expense side, everything else is very tolerable. And I guess the point I really want to leave with our residents is that our heads aren't in the sand. We are well aware. I'm confident that we'll continue to provide the high quality services we always have. That's not to say we shouldn't be paying attention to what's going on, because I think there are effects. And on the school side, I think there's a greater potential, particularly in the areas of free and reduced lunch and many of the special services. Ironically, both of those are in some or whole part federally required. And so, that irony is not lost to me, but I do expect some of this will trickle over into our budget discussion just with the uncertainty. But I am increasingly confident of our abilities to continue to kind of provide for ourselves. Just as an aside to that, Karen Martin, as luck would have it, had the occasion last week to intersect with a number of folks statewide at the Merida Conference and also with the Economic Development Council of Maine, and provided just some good insights. Again, no one has any answers, but she's also done some analysis through the American Community Survey to understand how many federal workers live in, or Scarborough residents are government workers. Just to put a finer point to that, about 1,800 Scarborough residents are government employees, and that's including local, state, and federal. As best we can tell, about 221 are federal. Just trying to ground this, Karen put together, I think, a comprehensive overview of her travels across the state last week, and I'm pleased to share that with the council. With respect to the Eastern Trail, we're still a bit in a holding pattern, waiting for final clearance from Federal Highway and DOT. We're in the final stretches of selecting a consultant to provide construction inspection services. And at this point, we're still on schedule to solicit bids by mid-March. Black Point Road construction is picking up speed, kind of on a similar timeline. We do expect bid solicitation around the same timeframe, early to mid-March. We're hoping to award things fairly quickly by early April. And this really has everything to do about getting substantial completion, which is targeted for June 13th. So we're going to give the contractor a very short window to produce this work. We're anxious to get out, bid the project and get some feedback from contractors. Substantial completion essentially would be the road is able to be traveled on. It would have base course of pavement, and at least temporary markings. And then we would come back and do the final loam and seeding and pavement in the fall after the summer rush is over. I'll continue to keep you updated on both those projects as we go forward this spring. Budget preparation is in full swing. All departments have submitted their requests to me at this point. I haven't yet seen the full budget together. I've got a sense of, certainly by looking at some of the major departments, you know, and I've done this long enough to have a sense of where things are landing. There's going to be some tough decisions in the next 2 to 3 weeks. I've had good feedback from Finance Committee and promised them that anything that doesn't get past my desk, if you will certainly be well displayed and provided in the budget document. And so it's there for others to consider. So this is a busy time of year for us all, for sure. The school building project, just very quickly, the survey closed. We, as a committee, looked at some of the very preliminary results, really around different suggestions for alternative solutions, if you will. The committee still is kind of going through its final option evaluation, and hopefully we'll be eliminating, and I should say focusing on one, no more than 2 options over the next 2 or 3 meetings at this point. To that end, one of the things that's holding up is not all the solutions necessarily solve for the same problems. And so the building committee leadership is going to be going to the Board of Education tomorrow night, really seeking direction from them in terms of what are their priorities, in terms of what should we be solving for. And I think that information will in large part help the committee move through its final steps. Certainly counselors that are involved in that, I expect will expand further on that. As was alluded to at the podium, the Gorham Connector project, so-called, I think that's a thing of the past. The Gorham Connector is a particular project. I'm aware that the Turnpike Authority is officially asking DOT to kind of take this back over. I would characterize this as a bit of a reset, and I've had the occasion to be involved in this current rendition that is this chapter's closing. But this will involve really going back to basics, understanding and documenting the congestion, understanding it through the lens of housing, workforce development, transportation, transit. So I think we're back to square one in many respects. So in part, that's a bit of a disappointment because congestion challenges persist. But I appreciate, and I think those involved at MTA and DOT appreciate that they really need to take a big step backward before they move forward. Also pleased to relate that I've had a conversation with GPCOG today, and they will certainly be involved, and getting them involved at the ground floor, particularly the current people at GPCOG. GPCOG has always been involved, but the current staff has not been involved in some of the early formative stages. So it's going to be important to bring them in. I will mention, I just did a quick interview with MPBN radio this afternoon. So there may be a spot. You'll hear my gravelly voice somewhere on the airwaves, perhaps. But I view this as a positive thing, and Scarborough will certainly continue to be a very active participant and a leader in that process. A few final things. Tax bills. I think I mentioned in these chambers a couple of weeks ago, tax bills went out. They were mailed on the 5th. We've heard from a number of residents with delays through the Postal Service. Some either haven't received or just received their second half notice. The due date is March 17th at this point, because we've previously made them aware of the due dates. I think we're still in decent shape, but I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that that's a thing and somewhat beyond our control. 2 final comments. The council, I believe, is aware of this. We received notice yesterday that the Leader newspaper, along with a host of a dozen other perhaps print weekly magazines in particular, or newspapers are no longer to be printed. The Leader last print edition will be March 28th. It will move fully digital online. I'm pleased to report Drew Johnson, who's someone that we've come to know, is spared and will remain, I think, as all reporters are still retained. And we hope to continue to foster the good, strong relationship we've had with the leader for years now. But I think it will be a loss to us. We know through multiple surveys that the Leader newspaper stuffed in their mailbox is the single best source of information to our residents. So I've heard some chatter today around, is there a way to resurrect or come at this from a different angle? And I'm certainly interested and pleased to be part of that conversation that could be helpful. And lastly, just housekeeping, Board of Education nomination papers are available as of today. There are 3 seats. 2 years ago, we switched through the charter amendment changes to June elections for the Board of Education. So those 3 seats and nomination papers will close on April 2nd for anyone interested. With that, I'm available for questions.
Questions for Tom? Counselor Fellows.
Tom, do you have a number or at least a ballpark idea of how many folks responded to the school building survey?
I'm going to rely on April and Phil here.
I don't want to talk out of my lane.
My recollection, it was north of 1,000 people.
Yes.
Interestingly, over 600 had gotten through at least 3 questions, but had not completed. And that was in part, I don't think anyone was surprised because it was a fairly complicated survey. It took 20 minutes of fairly dedicated focused time to do it. The interesting thing is that data we have, so it's partial, but we do have that data, and I think that will be reported as part of the results. So based on our experience with the community survey, where we mailed out 4,000, I think statistically valid was 600 return ballots. So I think we should feel pleased with the effort for what it was.
Yeah, and I'm happy to follow up with the exact number, but it was north of 1,000.
John?
Yeah, John.
Tom, I really appreciate you and staff doing the work to kind of understand funding exposure. And I feel really good and agree with you in terms of, at least on the town side, we're in a really good position. So I think that's great. One thing that I'm curious as maybe a next step that I would ask you to consider is, can we understand the county's funding exposure and what that may mean? Because I have a friend who works there now, and she mentioned to me that not only are they going to have probably one of the biggest budgets that they've ever proposed, which is going to impact our budget, they also have some exposure for what they get from the federal government. So I feel like that's maybe a next step to just kind of look at the full picture.
Yep, great thought.
On the subject of that, Tom, is there something that you could share publicly so that our residents who are particularly curious what the areas of exposure are, so that we could bring some visibility to that?
Absolutely, be pleased to.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Again, just the one point I want to make sure we leave the point to our residents is, the reason I chose local government to work in is this is where the service delivery happens. We're closest to the people, and I'm always gratified by our ability to respond and meet the needs of our residents. And this just confirms our ability that, like it or not, we've found a way to kind of fund these things on our own. And so the good news is we're not terribly affected. The bad news is we're spending all the money to support what our residents have told us they want. So we should feel good about that, I guess.
Thank you. Other questions for Tom? Yes, Councillor Cushing.
Sort of a comment with respect to the Gorham Connector. I'm personally pleased with the result, but regardless of how people may feel about the result, one thing I hope the community would feel good about was this was an instance where community members came forth big and large and strong and voiced their opinions to us. Smart, well thought, well researched, respectful, good example of democracy in action. And I'll mention Stannis by name because I had a conversation with him at his kitchen table when we talked about this. And I said, well, if organize your neighbors. And apparently you did. And that produced a result, which I think many people agree with. So congratulations to the community. Again, regardless of the outcome, I think that's the way it's supposed to work.
Any other questions for Tom? Excellent. Item 9 on our agenda, shoot, and when I made the motion to amend the agenda, I misspoke and said 9 instead of 10. So if we can correct that, the intent was to move standing and special committee reports and liaison reports to after item 8. And so I will go ahead and take those now. And John, I'm going to start on your end, if you don't mind. Thank you.
The finance Our next meeting is next week, and it's our last finance committee meeting before we focus on budget. And so I think it's going to be more of a planning meeting just to make sure we're aligned up with staff on the timeline. But also we want to look at council goals and align on which are the items that the finance committee should help plan for post-budget. And so it's really just kind of a planning session before we go into budget, unless there's something staff or other committee members want to add before then. The transportation committee met, and just something for council awareness. At their next meeting, they're going to be having Metro come to talk about some of the potential possibilities for having micro shuttling in Scarborough. And that's also something I think that will eventually come to council as a workshop. So that's exciting. I also suggested when that workshop happens that we try and include GPCOG to also talk about their Vision Zero, because that's one of our goals, is potentially to have a resolution to support that. We did look at the transportation study feedback, and staff had a great recommendation on how they were going to rationalize everything to get the transportation study to completion. It sounds like it might be May at the earliest in terms of when that might be ready for coming to council. Again, that's probably the earliest, so it could be after that, but I know a lot of good work is going to get done to get that to the finishing point. I also just want to recognize Steve Berg, who had volunteered on the transportation committee since 2012. He was the business liaison, and now we have another transportation committee member who's kind of stepping into that role. So I just want to thank Steve publicly for his multiple years of support. The committee will also be looking at council goals. Transportation traffic is a big hot topic, and I think they're all, really excited to get the transportation plan done so that they can start to really help give us guidance on where we need to focus in terms of implementation, but also how to help some of the other goals that we have set out. The only other thing I want to share with the council as an FYI that will hopefully be on our next agenda is a proclamation potentially for making the We Go for Scarborough the official town song of Scarborough. So some of us attended the library's 125-year celebration where the Wentworth Choir sang the song. So it was a song that was developed 50 years ago, and the Historical Society dug it up, gave it to the school choir. They came and sang it, and I was there. Councillor Donovan, Councillor Fellows, and Councillor Cushing was there. I don't know if you stayed for the choir, but it just gave me a lot of pride about our community hearing those kids sing about Scarborough. So I suggested we make it the official town song. So hopefully you guys will agree, and we'll all be singing it. Tom said he's going to do a solo performance. So
excuse me, Councilor Anderson, that would get my vote if you just sang one bar. Okay.
Yeah. That's all I have.
Thanks, John. Councilor Donovan.
Housing Alliance, it's reviewing its agenda for the year, and I'll have more to report after the next meeting. Sustainability has developed a list of priority projects to have on its plate for this year. Sustainability Committee is involved in the town's vulnerability study, its open space plan, transportation plan. They expressed their thrilled reaction to the town council's adoption of a wetlands protection ordinance, which I joined in thoroughly. New officers elected, and I think Deb McDonough is the, again, president, and she's been a very strong leader. Deb has been on behalf of the town and the Sustainability Committee. The school SBAC 2, Tom covered that in his town manager's report. April may have something, she sits there with me on that, has a better recollection of events than I do. And my take is the committee's working hard, but there is so much work ahead of it to get to the May, June timeframe when the school board needs to evaluate it carefully, pass it to us for our consideration in June so that we can get it on the ballot. So a lot of work ahead of us. So it was nice to have a week off with school vacation.
Thank you. Counselor Fellows, thank you.
Rules and Policy has not met since our last council meeting. We meet next week and maybe we do plan to address this agenda adjustment, among other things. The Firing Range Committee will be meeting next week. I see Chief Holmquist out there. Look forward to having him show me the ropes there. Planning Board and Long Range Planning have not met since our last meeting either. We do have 1 or 2 items on tonight's agenda that relate to the Planning Board. I believe Long Range Planning meets next week from Friday on the 14th.
Thank you. I do have a couple of things to add about the school building committee, just to close the circle or close the loop with this council. I had said at the previous meeting to please hold tomorrow in case we needed to be there at their board meeting. I had been thinking that that was going to be more of a workshop format. That is not the case. It's going to be the school board providing some guidance to the building chair. And so our attendance at that meeting is not required. So if you had put that in your calendar, you can give yourself the evening off for tomorrow night if you wish. I'm sure they would love to have us in attendance, that being said. So, and I will be sure to follow up with you all and give you an update on how that goes. Also, because I had thought that this was going to be our joint workshop, I brought up the issue of when to schedule that. And Tom and I had talked about maybe giving that committee a little bit of a relief from the timeline and letting them know that they had a little extra time if they needed it during this critical decision point, where they're really going to start figuring out how to start eliminating some of the options that are on the table. And so rather than press and have a workshop in March, we proposed to the committee that we extend the offer to have that workshop be the first week of April. And the committee did vote to accept that recommendation. And so that workshop, that joint workshop with the school board will be forthcoming in April. With that closes out my update on the school building committee. The only other thing I wanted to let you guys know, just so you know what I'm up to, is I did get an email from the board chair of the Maine Trust for Local News asking me to sit down and have a coffee. They are the nonprofit that owns all of the newspapers that have now announced that they're going to be going digital. I don't know what the conversation will entail, but I will certainly give this body and the public an update, anything that I learn about that meeting. And so I will be doing that on Friday. With that, Karen? Thank you.
Thank you. So next week, March 12th, the ordinance committee is meeting at 5, and on our agenda is some adjustments and changes to the EV charging ordinance. And then we're going to be looking at adding some landscaping uses in the RF and RH zone, rural farm in Running Hill. Other committees, the Parks and Conservation Land Board meets on Thursday, March 13th at 10, and they are going to be reviewing the first application that they have for the $6 million land bond. And then I think as we learned at the open space workshop that we had earlier, that committee is also going to be working on updating their checklist when it comes to applications for the bond money. And then also that day on the 13th later that evening is the Community Services Advisory Board, which is 6 p.m. And they will be addressing, I think, having a discussion around what their goals are for this year, looking at our goals and then thinking about how they will, what they want to address and work on. And then lastly, we have the Conservation Commission, which meets the last Wednesday, which is the 26th. And they are still working on their tree protection ordinance. And I'm sure they're going to be busy with our goals moving forward. That's it.
Thank you. Counselor Donovan? I'm sorry. Counselor Cushing.
That works. You know, the comms committee met a couple of weeks ago. First, we heard an excellent report from Liam and Allison discussing some of the metrics, engagement on the website, readership of the newsletter, and so on and so forth. They've been up to a lot of good things, and we should be grateful and impressed. Additionally, we are working on developing this sort of reusable system for reaching out and engaging residents where they're at. And Liam, and I think you volunteered, Allison, to begin the framework for that. It appears that with the loss of the leader, that stuff will become perhaps much more important. And I guess to that point, I've noted that both Gorham and Cape Elizabeth have somehow figured out how to have a local newspaper. Probably I'm old enough to remember growing up in a town that actually had one that had more than 6 pages to it. And when I look at the advertising revenue from the Leader itself, it strikes me that it wouldn't take too much more to build out a viable community newspaper that engaged had some real reporting in it that covered a variety of issues and engaged perhaps our high school students who may have some interest in learning a few things about journalism. So I hope that we can pursue that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Doherty.
Yeah, the Harbor Committee will meet next Tuesday. They're looking at now about parking. They did the parking thing. Now they're talking about parking at like where the co-op is, and it's another issue, I guess. So I guess they'll be coming again to us with that. We'll discuss it Tuesday. I had somebody call me and she, was complaining about I assume it was the harbor master came to her and told her that she couldn't park cars. We've done that for years here. I know we already had it with Scarborough Beach State Park. Sprague, was always generous to the people in town and stuff, and always tried to do for the people in town. He had a pier on the Spurlink River. He'd let guys, fish and lobster fish out of the Spurlink River free, just come across the property and have access to the shore. And then I feel as though, we stabbed him in the back by charging a huge fee for him to have a parking lot that had been across the street from there for years. And now they're coming down to the people, and I do it myself on Ferry Road. They've always been very appreciative of the people that park there. Not only that, the police and the guys collecting money say, hey, you're gonna open up, we're backed up here. They have to keep it open for emergency vehicles. They can't have traffic backing all the way up the road. That's the big thing about Black Point Road with Scarborough Beach State Park. They got it so they're off to the side. They get them in the other lots so we ain't backed up in the streets. I think they're providing a great service for the town.
Councilor Doherty, this is
And,
committee updates.
Yeah, and that's what I'm updating is my committee. And this is going to be a good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other committee updates? Okay, thank you very much. Moving on through our agenda, old business, order number 25-102, second reading on the proposed amendments to Chapter 311, Schedule of License and Permit Application Fees relating to beach passes. This came to us from the Community Services Advisory Board. This is second reading. We have had a workshop and a lengthy discussion at first reading. And so I'm not sure who is going to necessarily say more to tee this up. Karen, do you have anything to add?
I mean, we had our workshop and the committee came forward with the recommendations, and I think that's what we're going to debate tonight is changing it to a flat fee across the board. And I think Councilor Anderson has some amendments. I have an amendment to propose as well. And so I think we've gotten a little bit of feedback, but I think we've had a good discussion about it so far.
Okay. With that, I will go ahead and open it up to public comment. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this item can please approach the podium or raise your hand online. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Name's Art Dillon, Black Point Road.
as a citizen and member of the advisory board. I just wanted to reiterate I'm in favor of what we've proposed. We, as a board, took a very methodic approach to what we are recommending with the Scarborough residents first and foremost in mind. Changing it to a flat fee, whether you're there for 5 minutes or 3 hours, you're using the facilities just as much as anyone. So the time of day, it streamlines the process greatly for the staff. As far as the non-resident fees, again, trying to encourage a pass. If they're only coming, just in the morning, they're taking up a lot of spaces. So we benchmarked it, I think at 420. But that's a benchmark where it has grown exponentially over the last couple of years. We came to that number, and depending on what we hear, we can review it again next fall. If we need to make changes to that, we can do that as well. But again, trying to encourage the beach pass, especially for our Scarborough residents. If you're only going there 5-10 minutes every day, a few days, the beach pass hasn't increased, and it gets you to all 3 beaches. And, you go a couple times, 4 times, and it's paid for itself. So, thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to make public comment?
Howdy, my name is Emily Loader. I'm the Vice Chair of the Community Services Advisory Board. Thank you very much for your consideration of the work that our committee done in looking into the beach fees. As Art had mentioned, that this is a starting place. There's not going to be any right answer. There's not going to be a correct answer, and there's probably going to be a lot of wrong answers, but we don't know until we try different solutions. So based off of the research that we did over the last year, this is the recommendation that we're making. I know that there's a lot of inquiries about the $5. And if someone says, oh, well, I go to the beach every morning and I walk every day, or I walk once a week, excuse me, if you take all 12 days, if they go once a week paying $5, that's more than $40, which is how much the season pass costs. So they're actually saving money if they purchase the season pass, if they pay that $5 and go that once a week, or the pass pays for itself in a week and a half if they go every single day over a 12-week summer. So know that this is something that the committee is happy to reevaluate with you over a year if we try it this year based off of the research that we did. And we're happy to continue working with you to provide more recommendations and most importantly, put the residents first and work with Scarborough Community Services to make sure that their staff have the schedule and their needs are met as well to best serve our residents. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. I'm just sort of curious, does Scarborough Beach, is that part of, it's not part? So it's not. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Other public comment on this item? Seeing none, no one online, I will go ahead and close public comment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Discussion. Yes, Karen.
Well, again, I think we had a great discussion last meeting. I feel like I don't need to defend the $20 flat fee too hard with my counsel right now. I think one of the conversations or amendments I would like to propose would be to limit the non-residential passes. So I know that John has some amendments, but I do not believe that was one of them. Is it? No, it's not. Okay. And so I don't know if should I make the motion for a specific number, or should I maybe ask for a conversation around what it would be?
It's up to you.
Okay. Well, first I did a little number crunching because the Community Services Rec Advisory Board, I think, was being very cautious when because they didn't want to maybe put a limit at all. So I think when they came up with the limit of the 425, I think they were just looking at the last year and the usage. So the usage from the 2024 was 436. I really feel like that jump from, because the year before it was 317. And then the year before, 263, and the year before that, 276. So I really feel like that jump that we experienced this past year was in response to that $30 weekend fee. And I think that was a repercussion. So when we look at those numbers, I mean, we were basing a non-resident cap based on a really high year, but I really don't feel like it's really representative of what we've entailed. So if you average together those 4 years, you know, we average at 323. If you eliminate that last high year, we're actually at 285. So I think my amendment and I will justify this a little bit more after my conversations with Nick. Is it Klish? I mean, I will get it. Was to do a cap, 323. I would love to. I think maybe 350 would be reasonable. And part of the reasoning behind that is we have to consider how much money that we're bringing in from the non-residential passes. And so if we charge 180 at 350, we're barely getting the amount of revenue that Nick says we need for that. So I would like to propose maybe 350, and I don't know what we should charge is the reality of it. And I don't know if anyone has any feelings, but you know, when I look around what other towns are charging, I don't think $200 is unreasonable when the fact that when I look at what other towns are charging and how many miles and how many beaches we have as compared to these other towns who are actually charging maybe $200 or not, maybe $300 for non-residential passes. So I guess what my amendment would be to limit the non-residential passes. I'm making a motion to amend. Thank you.
Thank you.
To limit the non-residential passes to 350 at a price of $200 per pass.
Second.
Excellent. Council discussion on Karen's amendment. Yes.
I had planned to make a motion that was similar. So I can fully endorse, Karen's done a little more detail. Mine was somewhat more arbitrary. But I do think that this, and it's not like people are being told they can't go to the beach, can't use those parking lots. It's just they cannot do it through the parking pass. Once those passes are gone. So I would endorse that.
Okay, one point I did want to make, because this came to us as an email from a resident, and I just want to make sure that this is broadly known and understood, and please, Tody, correct me if I misspeak here, but if someone comes to the town hall with proof that they paid property tax, even if it is not their primary residence, they can obtain a resident beach sticker. So this non-resident beach sticker does not apply to people who use their home in Scarborough as their second home. And so I think we had some concern from people who have lived here for a very long time, who have maybe downsized to destinations further south, who still summer here in Maine, who were concerned that if we limited the non-resident passes, they would not be eligible. And so I just want to make very clear to the public that those people are still eligible for a residential pass, which do not have a cap. Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, I think I can support this amendment as proposed. I would be interested though for staff, like to keep track of how many passes above that, if we do hit that peak, are requested, only because I think it's important to test your hypothesis. Because I agree with you, that's my hypothesis, that the $30 likely drove more people to potentially purchase non-resident passes, which I don't know if that's what we intended. But again, it would be interesting to just know at the end of this season, was it 400 requested and we capped it at 350, and this is about appropriate, and then what's the experience for parking and things like that anecdotally. So I can support this.
Other comments? Yeah, Counselor Doherty.
Just to clarify, your proposal is it to increase or decrease the number of passes?
So right now, there is no cap on non-residential passes.
Oh, I thought that was on it. I thought that was on the
So
original.
No, I don't think there was.
Oh, there
Or
wasn't.
no, there was, the cap
The
was.
cap was
450.
420.
I'm saying.
So you're reducing
I'm saying,
the
let's
number
let's be more.
and
let's look at
increasing the
couple
amount they have to pay for.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I think what they had is fine. I mean, we're fortunate to live in this town and having the access to the beaches that we have. But I really do think that it is access for everybody in the state. It's the state of Maine. It's their ocean, their beaches, and it's quite a bit more for other towns. And I know if you go to the lake, they have some places up there that are for town members only. You can't, it's a parking, sometimes only 4 or 5, 10 spaces, but they do have that. So you can't go up to there. So it does work both ways if we want to go to the lake, but I don't know. I don't, I think just it's hard enough on other town people.
Thank you. Other council comment? Yeah, Councilor Fellows.
Thank you. I would support this amendment as proposed. I think the cap is, safely within the recent historical range of passes. And as Bill pointed out, we're not talking about blocking people wholesale from outside of the town from coming to the beach. We also do have a state beach. And, to Nina's question, Scarborough Beach is a state beach and people have that option as well. And I think the fee is reasonable as well. Thank you.
Any other council comment? Okay, I will call the vote on Karen's amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? I show that as 6-1. Thank you very much. Returning to the main motion as amended, are there additional discussion points on the main motion? But I know John has some amendments that he's prepared to offer individually, I hope. Counselor, hold on, hold on, please.
I have one amendment. The first one was one I was going to do. So this is the second one, and then we get into John's.
Okay,
It's
hold on,
serious.
Bill, can I give
Certainly.
Counselor Cushing the floor because he had a question before
Certainly.
you go into another amendment? Thank you. Yes, Counselor Cushing.
Madam Chair, just procedurally, could we get all the amendments on the table and dispense with them and then have the discussion? I'm just trying to figure out, because I have a lot of things to say, and I could say them after every amendment or all at the end.
Sure. So
Help me with that.
procedurally, we have the option to have the amendments presented as a bundle and we could vote on the entire bundle, or we can split the question. My preference would be maybe that John lay out his potential amendments and then pose them one at a time for us to vote on. That
would be fine. And then
okay, but then you'll at least have an overview.
Big motion.
Yes, sir.
And then we can have a conversation.
Yes, that is exactly how it will go.
But that'll save.
Perfect. Counselor Donovan, why don't you go ahead, please?
There's an oddity in the fee schedule for parking at the beaches in that only Higgins Beach has metered parking at the Bayview Avenue, right at the beach. And it's $1 an hour. And now here we are likely to be adopting a $20 per parking lot fee. And therefore, it's an anomaly. They don't bear an appropriate relationship. So what I would propose is that dollar be amended to be $5. And they have a machine right there where you get your ticket for parking on Bayview Avenue. And so instead of being $1, it'll be $5. And that will be quite fair, given the circumstances that your other choice is, since there's no side street parking anywhere else at Higgins Beach, is to get in the lot and pay $20. So seemed to me to be an appropriate adjustment when, in light of the proposal we have before us for the town's parking lots.
Thank you. Bill's motion is to amend the main motion to change the $1 fee at the parking meters to $5. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote on Bill's amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Show that as 6-1. Thank you. Returning to the main motion as amended. John?
Yeah. So first, I do want to thank the committee for all their hard work and their diligence. And I think a lot of the motions that we're putting forward today, or the amendments, are really kind of specific things that, you know, we think as a body are important. So it's not to say that they didn't do a great job, and that I think, you know, I fully support everything that they proposed, but some of these things are just some tweaks that I would like for council consideration. So I'm going to share the different amendments that I would like for council to consider, and then, as you said, we can vote one by one. So the first one was related to the timing of when we collect fees. And so I was struck a little bit from staff last time, how they talked about the difficulties of staffing early to collect those early fees. And I'm sure that creates a lot of tension for our staff to have to work to try and enforce that. And it's very hard to enforce. And then also balancing the feedback we've heard from the public about wanting to be able to use the beaches early, and how the $5 fee is something they prefer. So with all that in mind, my suggestion that I plan to offer an amendment on is that we start fee collection at 7 a.m. instead of 5:30. So again, that allows staff not to worry about collecting those fees so early, as well as giving really early beachgoers the opportunity to come use the beaches. And if they leave before 7, then they don't have to pay the $20 fee. But if they do, then they would have to pay the $20 fee. So that's one item. The next item, so we already offer free beach passes to veterans. And so I would like to propose that we also add active duty military passes for free to residents, where any active duty military family could come forward and request a beach pass for free. My next amendment is related to income restricted passes. And so what this would do is essentially for any resident that can provide, you know, proof through their tax forms that they make less than $60,000 a year, that they would get beach passes for free. Karen Martin gave me information to help dig into, like, well, what does that really mean in Scarborough? So they're about, based on the 2023 census data, about 1,043 households that make less than $60,000 per year. So that's about 10% of households. So if we assumed that same percentage applied for beach passes, that's 218 passes a year that would be for free, which is, you know, roughly $5,000, $6,000, which isn't a significant dent in our ability to collect revenues to cover our costs. Again, what really struck me, and some of this was from emails that we got from some residents, I personally feel, kind of, Scott, what you were saying, like, we want to give people access and we want to make sure they have access. And I don't want it to be a barrier. And I know for some of us saying $40 is nothing, but for some people it's a lot, especially with kind of the current economic situation and how things are trending. I want our residents to not feel that barrier. And so that really resonated with me when we got an email from one of the residents who said they were from Hawaii and beaches are free there, and like they view that as like a right and a value. And while we need to balance finances, we also should give our residents the opportunity to use our beaches. So this one personally is important to me. And then the next one that I was proposing was that rather than charging an extra $5 per vehicle, that we just eliminate that extra pass cost, and we say you pay $40, you get multiple passes. You still can only have one per vehicle, and I know the town has a way to make sure that they're you know, able to track and manage it and make sure that it's the right pass with the right vehicle. And again, this just goes back to some of the conversation that we've been having about trying to, again, just eliminate barriers for people and make it easier for people to get access to our beaches. So if we eliminated that, that would be about $7,000. So again, with some of these reductions between the, you know, income restricted pass and at least the removing the $5 extra fee, that's pretty equivalent to the amendment we just voted on to raise Higgins beach passes based on some of the analysis that Tom did, that we would get 15,000 potentially in terms of extra revenue there. These amendments would, you know, reduce our revenue by like 16,000, and so it's pretty net neutral. So for me, that's important, and I just think these are things I would like the council to deliberate. So with that, I can put each one forward.
I would suggest that you pick your favorite. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Pick, I go in the order that you
Yeah.
presented them, please. And we will take them one by one.
Yep, so my first one is I motion to amend the main motion to change it so that daily parking rates without pass daily parking from 7 o'clock to 5:30 PM at Ferry Beach, Higgins Beach, and Herd Park. So essentially, this is changing the language that's in there to strike 5:30 AM and replace it with 7 o'clock AM.
Is there a second? Corey, thank you. Discussion? Karen?
Do we have to change signs, like other signs, Tom, that say that right now?
Yep.
Yeah. And so I think this was kind of a compromise because we did get feedback from people saying we want access to the beach early. I think the only question or concern I have is if we are fully staffed and we are capable of collecting at 5:30, would we want to eliminate that option? Where if right now, I believe the signs say 5:30, we just don't start collecting till 7. And so, we're cutting off maybe an income stream that might be available if they are able to staff. And I think that's my only feedback is, I appreciate, John, you breaking down all the finance, because every time you're like, well, that's $7,000 here and that's $6,000 here. And I'm like, all Nick said was if you're taking money away here, you need to find it somewhere else. And so I think there's really, I'm not against it. I'm curious if we would ever be able to, and if we have a desire to actually collect at 5:30 if we could. I don't know if other towns do, to be honest.
Other comments? Counselor Donovan?
I don't think the first one, I liked all of them except for the first one. Changing it to 7. We have a 5:30 start where you're obligated to pay. And we don't always staff it at 5:30, but we have an honor system in place that seems to have some reasonable effect. So I don't see how it's fair to people who show up at 7:05 and get charged, and people who show up at 5:07 and don't get charged. It makes no sense to me. And we have a morning charge, we have an afternoon, it ends at whenever it ends in the afternoon. But it's essentially the time that the beach starts to operate in the morning. And therefore, don't distinguish between somebody who wants to surf. What makes them special? It makes no sense to me to move it to 7 when we have a system where if it's not staffed, it's an honor system where people are, little note on their windshield tells them pay on the way out. So I would endorse not approving this amendment. I liked all the other ones, John said, so I won't repeat my comment.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, our intention would be if a vehicle came before 7, but remained in the lot after 7, we would,
Then they would pay.
the honor system, where we do our best to collect that fee if they remain after 7.
So a car that arrives at 6:55 AM would pay, but a car that arrives at 6:30 and leaves before 7 would not have to pay.
They stay at 7.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Counselor Fellows?
I appreciate Bill's comments and his perspective. I actually support this one. I think, it's a tough one because as members of the advisory board pointed out, even if you're there for 10 minutes early in the morning, you may use the facilities, you're still having an impact. But as I said last time during the workshop, I'm just not a fan of having something on the books that can't be enforced. And I do appreciate the spirit of an honor system, but it just, to me, it just feels a little messy. And I think, by the way, this applies to probably a lot of things we're discussing in relation to this ordinance and I did appreciate hearing from members of the advisory board. Really, expressing the fact that they're not claiming that any of this is going to be perfect and that it may need adjustments over time. There's going to be a little bit of trial and error. So if down the road, it turns out that there are issues or that we find that we can staff it and actively collect fees early, then I'd be open to reconsidering it. But to me, I think, it's always tough. There's going to be a cutoff time at some point. And so you can argue about whether it's fair or not. But to me, I think based on what we've heard around staffing availability, 7 seems reasonable to me. So.
Thank you. I want to speak to this one as well, and then I'll take additional council comments before I call the vote. But I think for me, this one speaks to the fact that later on, we are going to be voting on the main motion as a whole, which the recommendation is to charge $20 and to eliminate that $5 early morning fee. And so to me, this is a response to having eliminated that $5 flat fee for our surfers. And so to me, if they park in the parking lot at 5:30 in the morning and we don't charge them a fee, but they've cleaned up and they're out of the parking lot by 7 a.m., then I can live with that. And so I think that as a compromise to setting a flat daily fee, I'm okay if we don't start collecting until later in the morning. Other council comments on this? Yes, Councilor Doherty.
Yeah, I agree with it. I think it gives them a chance to people walking their dogs or whatever. If they want to get down there early for a little while and do it. And then, like you said, the only issue with it is, you're trying to be fair. And now you have somebody that stays till 7:05 and the guy doesn't let them leave because they've been there for 5 minutes. Now that's a gray area where hopefully the attendant will be like, and obviously I don't think that will become an issue. So other than that, I think it's a great idea. Yeah.
Okay, other council comments? I will call the vote. All those in favor of this amendment as proposed by John? I show that as unanimous. Thank you.
All right.
Returning to the main motion as amended multiple times, John.
3 more. So the next one is, I like to motion that we add the following language to make active duty military passes free to residents. So active duty military pass for residents. Applications must be filed with the town clerk. An applicant must present one of the following: your military identification, CAT card, provide official military documents like leave and earning statements or a signed statement from your unit commander verifying your current active duty status.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? I think this is
I think it's good.
a great thing. Thank you, John, for developing the language around this. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.
All right.
Returning to the main motion as amended.
I
Yes,
would
John.
like to motion to amend the main motion and add the following language for income restricted passes for free to qualified residents. Income restricted passes residents to qualify, the applicant's household adjusted gross income, AGI, including all adult members, must not exceed $60,000. Applicants must pre-qualify by validating their income with the Social Services Navigator by providing a copy of their Form 1040 from their most recent tax return. Upon validation by the Social Services Navigator, the applicant may then file an application with the town clerk's office. Wait a second.
Is there a second? Yep. Council discussion?
Yeah, and just to explain a couple of things, so we have our current senior tax rebate program, and that is where we also offer that $60,000 AGI. So that's not an arbitrary number. That's something that we offer for the senior tax rebate. And then again, the thought of having a little bit more rigor behind this application process, because it could be a sensitive topic for some residents. So giving them the ability to work first with the Social Services Navigator to verify their income, to then allow them to certify, to then apply for the town clerk, helps take some of the administrative process off of the town clerk's office. That's a very busy processing thing. So this was a processy thing that we put in there to help kind of at least make it easier for staff to process.
Other council?
Could
oh,
I just ask for
certainly.
clarification? Just, it's very specific, the Social Services Navigator. I'd feel more comfortable it was just the Social Services Department.
Yeah, that's fine.
Anyone could serve that purpose.
Okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank
Okay.
you.
Social Services Department is a friendly amendment.
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Thank you. Yeah, Councilor Doherty.
I think John's math may have been a little bit off too, as far as how much we was losing, because he did an estimate, and I don't think there'd be as many people going for the free passes as you estimated.
I went on the
So,
high end.
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah, so I don't think the town's revenue would be hit even as much as what you predicted, I don't think. Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate John's willingness again to work on this and develop language. I was not shy about the fact that I wanted to give access to as many people to our beautiful beaches as was possible. And I really don't like the idea that that the pass fee would be a barrier for any of our residents. And so I think that this is a good compromise and a good place to start with that. And so I appreciate your work towards that compromise, John. Any other council discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? We'll show that as unanimous. Thank you. Returning to the main motion as amended.
All right, 4 for 4, let's go. Right?
Oh, I have an amendment.
Can you want to make your amendment before John makes his
Oh, I'm sorry.
last and final? We,
Yeah. I have one more.
I'll come right back to you, Counselor Cushing.
Yeah. Yeah. 4 for 4.
Counselor
Here we go.
Anderson.
So I would like to motion to amend the main motion to remove the additional vehicle pass fee so that it would state residents, additional vehicle registered to the same address free versus $5. I a second.
Council discussion. Counselor Shu.
Sure. So if I'm recalling our conversation, I was going to propose the opposite of this and eliminate the $5 beach pass. And it's nothing against residents. It was more along the lines of, we have residents who are saying that they can't gain access. So we really need to control who is accessing the beaches and allow everyone to gain access. So we had a huge spike in out of town non-residents coming in. And so now I feel like we're swinging the pendulum a little bit too far to the residents. The staff actually does not have the capacity to look at passes and see that they line up to vehicles. So that's part of the problem with the enforcement is you're handing out a second pass and there's really no way for them to know whose car is going on. That's way beyond, we should ever ask staff to be able to do that, you know? And so I think that idea, I also think, you know, later on our agenda, we have that sustainability reserve fund and we're trying to promote green practices and we want people to, you know, use one vehicle. So I think this is actually encouraging people to not carpool to the beach. I think it is people that we're going to have people piecemealing to the beach and have 2 families with 2 cars at the vehicle at the beach, where we just, our previous amendment was if you cannot afford a beach pass, we will give you a beach pass. I really feel like we need to really try to react to the rapid growth that we've had in this town. I think this is the opposite way that we need to go to growth is giving out extra passes to every single household. I am very concerned about the repercussions behind that and the ability to control who is actually getting those passes. And so I can't support this. I think we should eliminate the second pass. So I guess maybe I will have an amendment if this amendment does not go through to eliminate the second $5 pass. So I do not support this for the reasons that I've given. You know, I think we're chipping away at the budget that feeds these beaches. And so I know we've kind of moved money around here and there, but I am concerned about this free pass. And I think really the access and how full the lots are going to end up with that and implementing and what car we're putting it on and all of that. So I don't support it.
Other councilor comment. Counselor Fellows. Oh, he's seated to you. Go ahead. Counselor Anderson.
Oh, I mean, I think Karen's point is a great point. And the reason I wanted to propose this was so that we can have that conversation, because I think this gets back to consequences of like, well, I think it's nice to give a free pass. To Karen's point, the consequence could be more cars because they have free passes, taking up our parking spaces where people should and could be carpooling. So I think that's something everybody should consider about this one, weighing the giving a free pass versus, you know, trying to drive more carpooling. I think it's a good point.
Counselor Fellows.
I think those are fair points. I guess, and I can only speak for myself, and I think a lot of us do come at this sort of thing from kind of an anecdotal place. But as I thought about this, to me, it feels like the most likely utilization of this is, you know, many folks who have a family have more than one car. They may have a minivan or an SUV and then a smaller car. I know in our case, every year we would buy one pass. It would go on the minivan. And if the minivan wasn't around and somebody wanted to go to the beach, you didn't have, you paid for your pass, but you don't have a car that has a sticker on it. So I looked at this as sort of just a convenience and sort of a courtesy for residents. Maybe I'm completely off, and maybe this is something, and I do appreciate what Karen said about the difficulty of tracking and checking and policing, but I think it's much more likely that folks would utilize it just to have another option and that it wouldn't be additive. I guess I personally find it unlikely that people would take multiple cars to the beach, or that residents would use their second pass to give to somebody from out of town. Maybe I'm hopelessly naive, but I personally am fine with this. I view it as just sort of a household convenience. Thanks.
Other counselor comment? Counselor Cushing.
Well, I have 3 cars. and one wife who doesn't like to go to the beach. And I will be honest with you and say I've been asked by my friends from Cape Elizabeth, hey, can you get me a beach pass? And of course I've said no. But my point is that I think that one per household is sufficient. I think it's, and make it so you don't have to stick it on your window. We don't care, as long as it's just one vehicle. Do we really care if Aunt Minnie uses it? As long as it's one car, one pass, that should be sufficient, and it would be a whole lot easier to administer. So that would be my take on it, is just don't attach it to a vehicle, attach it to the taxpayer, and then let them do what they want. And if they want to let their friend use it, fine. It's then because people, forgive me, I think people are doing exactly what Corey hopes they're not doing. We have no way of knowing, right? And we have parking issues at these beaches. So I don't think we'll have a public outcry over it. That's just my take.
Counselor
I'll
Doherty.
have more to say later.
Sure. Counselor Doherty.
Wow, discussion is good. Because I was siding with Karen. And then Corey spoke up and it's like, oh yeah, I do see that side of it. And then
Now you
Dawn
agree with
comes,
me.
and then Dawn comes with this and I'm back that way again. I like the idea of the one pass, and it covers Corey's thing and it does it for everybody. And that way there, we buy the pass for $40 and we can let anybody use it that wants to. If we don't want to go to the beach, we can let, and that basically gets it so that the residents can use it and give it to their friends and relatives or whatever. I don't know, I kind of like that idea. But that is opening it up to that. But that does make it a lot, he was wanting more, he wanted to give it away for free. So, yeah. I'm with Dawn now, and John, or was it Karen I'm with?
Counselor Doherty, I'm going to try and pull you over my side now. So I'm going to give you more to think about. So for me, I agree. Discussion is great. I'm at a little bit of a loss trying to reconcile all the different pieces, to be honest. If $5 is not a barrier to people getting multiple passes, then to John's point, just eliminate that $5. If $5 isn't a barrier and I have 3 cars, I'm going to get the primary pass and then I'm going to get 2 more. And I'm going to take advantage of that program, whether it costs $5 or whether, to John's point, we give them out for free. It's the same number of cars, but we're making $10 with a $5 fee. Like, so to me, I don't think we're really pulling that many cars off the program if we charge a fee or don't charge a fee. It's more, are we offering secondary passes? And for me, offering a family household that has multiple drivers, that has multiple potentially teen drivers, a beach pass for an additional $5, again, I feel like that opens up access to the beaches for our families. And so I am not in favor of eliminating the fee for this one if it means that people aren't going to want the pass at all. And that's kind of the direction the conversation seemed to be going. And so I would be in favor of keeping the secondary passes and just leaving them at $5. Karen?
So I guess I failed to think that I thought just you can get a second pass for $40. So I think maybe the amendment should be different, where I'm not trying to restrict each house to one pass. I'm just saying you're not getting a second pass for $5.
Okay.
We're saying you get a second pass, but you have to pay the full price. I think that's kind of the reason, that's what I was thinking. And correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is if your pass is not affixed to your car, when you come through it, they are going to make you affix it to your car. So
Yeah.
that is not, and that is exactly how that's the only form of enforcement that they can use, is saying, stick it to your car. Because this is how we have to regulate it. And I think part of the regulations is we have people buying residential passes and leaving them at their rental property for the
Yes.
whole summer. So I want to, this doesn't help my argument, but I want to, I want to be totally honest, because you are going to find out that when you drive up there and your friend now it's affixed to their car. And I think that is one thing that I really would like to see, because that eliminates, I think, part of some of the issues that we have. I'm wondering if we can amend this to just say that I don't want to limit, they can get an additional pass, but at the same $40 resident fee, I think is what I'm thinking.
So John, can you restate your amendment and recenter us on?
Was actually gonna withdraw my amendment because based on the conversation, my recommendation at this point would be to keep doing it as we are doing it for now. See how some of these other changes work out, maybe revisit next year, potentially. Do we want to make it free, make it an additional $40? Like, I don't want to force us to make a decision tonight, but I feel like the safest path is just keep doing what we're doing for now and let that kind of work itself out. So I would like to withdraw my motion.
Withdrawn your motion. Is there?
Withdraw my second.
Thank you, Counselor Donovan. We are back to the main motion as amended, open for additional amendments. Looking right at you.
It is my turn. You are gonna.
No, wait, I got one more.
You are gonna love my amendment. My amendment is that we sunset this entire thing as amended on March 1st, 2026. And in the meantime, we charge the town manager as part of the budget process to solicit proposals for a thing called a PAM, a parking lot access management system, which basically we're all familiar with when you go in a parking garage and the little thing sticks out a ticket and you get it, and then you stay there for a few hours and then you come back out and the gate won't open unless you pay for a credit card. It's cashless and it solves a myriad of these problems. Basically, that $20 fee is $2.50 per hour. It says that if you pay for what you use, and that essentially then alleviates a whole lot of the long-term parking issue. It alleviates a whole lot of enforcement. It allows us to open those beaches for everybody. If you want to start at 5 a.m. when you open the beach and you want to close it at 8 a.m., it's $2.50 an hour. And the question then comes back to us before this council, should it still be $2.50 per hour? It doesn't change anything about resident access because residents get a pass that works in the machine and they can come and go as they please. This is the way it works. If you go to DeMillo's downtown, if you go to any parking garage in the city or in the country, and essentially what we are in here is we are in the parking lot management business. And we're in a situation where we will pass tonight a bill in which we're equivocating over whether or not if somebody comes in at 7 o'clock, but then they stay to 7:05, they're going to get charged $20. And then who's going to enforce that $20? Probably the people that we have there are very nice high school students who are not necessarily going to be wanting to be involved in those kinds of confrontations with very angry people. And so what I'm suggesting is not that we throw out all this work. I think we've done all of this work, but the notion of let's come back and visit this year, maybe, or what if we don't get to it this year? And then all of a sudden, now we got a brand new council in 2 years. So my suggestion is that we firmly make a commitment to revisit this issue and evaluate options with real parking lot management systems that we all encounter every single day. Are they expensive? You know, the prices range from $7,000 to, you know, off the charts. My guess is probably 50. You know, it's driven by how many gates you have and how many buzzers and whistles you want. But today it probably took me 15 minutes on the internet to realize that there are tons of options available. And right now, our beach fees are generating a net gain of $100,000 roughly based on my read of the math. These additional fees are going to generate another $75,000, $80,000 depending on who you listen to. So right now, as we approach our budget season, we are probably going to generate enough money to pay for a long-term solution to this problem. So my reason to sunset it is to say, let's make a commitment to take a bigger long-term solution to this project so that we're not charging this council and committees with struggling with problems that are, generally speaking, not really solvable in any fair way in the long term. So I am proposing that we sunset. My amendment is that this sunset on March 1st of 2026, and that we ask our town manager in the interim, and particularly at this budget period, to solicit proposals for a parking lot management for Ferry Beach, Pine Point Beach. I think that Higgins is a question mark for me because
Councillor
that's
Cushing.
a little different. So, excuse me, I've been very quiet. Listen. So
No, sir, it's just, I want your amendment to be clear, that's all.
Oh.
And so when you say that's a question mark for me,
okay.
I want to make sure
Oh.
your amendment is very
Oh.
clear. I was not trying to shut you
Then
down.
my amendment will be for all three beaches.
Thank you.
Accepting the fact that Higgins is complicated.
Thank you.
So sunset, March 1st, 2026, charge to town management to bring to us for consideration in this budget period, proposals for parking lot access management.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Council discussion. Councillor Donovan.
I would entertain that when this has a year of review, because there's too many unanswered questions for me sitting here for an imminent vote on the main motion to consider that. But I would consider it for next year because we ought to do, as you suggest, a review to see how this is all working.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other council comments? Councillor Shoup.
Sure. So I mean, again, I don't think this is a bad idea to explore. I think, you know, we have committees that have been addressing these issues, Community Services Rec Advisory Board. I think maybe that's something we could task with them, or I know the Coastal Waters has been looking at parking as well. I'm really curious to see how our current amendments and changes are going to play out this year. The only concern I had was that you were saying the money that we generate from this year, we can use towards that equipment. But I mean, the money we generate from the beaches is directly, that's the money we use to give back into the beaches. So I don't think those funds would be available. This would be like a budget item that we are investing into the town, into the beaches. This personally, I think this seems like a great committee type of maybe topic to take up if, I think one of the committees already has, to be honest. So I don't think it's a bad idea. I think with budget less than a month away, I don't know if we can do it though.
Yeah.
Councillor Doherty.
Just a clarification on Don's, his proposal is this to sunset, to look into doing these machines. So you're going along with whose ordinance.
May I answer the question?
Yes.
Yes, so, yes, I plan tonight to vote for all of the work that has been done here. But what I'm asking for, one way or another, is a commitment in the next 12 months to fix this problem in a way that reflects best practices for parking lot management. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. I think, Karen, I'm not sure of the economics. I was just doing simple math that said right now, today, we have about $100,000 more coming in than we have going out to take care of the beaches. And correct, that money goes for beaches, but part of the beach is a parking lot. And we're about to generate another $70,000 to $80,000 as a result of this increase. And we know that's going to happen. And so it is possible to anticipate that in a 2020, in our next budget cycle and put it in there. So the sunset component of this is essentially to make sure that it comes back to us. And I have no issues with committees doing the research and so forth. But I will point out that when I read, the committees were simply asked to look at prices. They weren't asked to evaluate parking and parking management at our beaches, which would include capacity, which would include, enforcement, a whole myriad of things. And those are the issues that we really need to get at here. And those are the ones that should come back. So I really don't care one way or another, but I think that it's just interesting to me that there is a reluctance among my colleagues here to drive a stake in the ground and say, yeah, we ought to fix this problem once and for all. I'm just saying, okay, let's leave the issue out there on the table and recognize that there are inadequacies as admitted by the committee people, and that the solution is not to come back and tweak this thing. The solution is to do what our community service people have already started to do by changing the gating. Now we have one entrance, one exit, etc. There's been a lot of good work here. So it seems to me that we're almost there. And this would be the way to solve, to take a more, quote, modern approach, and then dedicate some of the resources for collecting and management fees to, I don't know, another beach ranger. Sorry.
Thank you. Councilor
Yeah.
Anderson.
First, I don't think it's fair to say that we're reluctant because we're having a discussion. So please don't project how I'm thinking because you haven't heard me say anything yet. So I actually support the notion of supporting committees to do some research to figure out what would it take to actually turn this into like an automated pay system. I think we can set a date certain that we would like for the committees to report back to the council to inform future decisions. And so I don't think that's a bad idea if that's the will of the council, that we want to say by December 31st, we want to understand, one, what happened this year, what did we learn? And two, what recommendations do they have about the bigger opportunity to really address the infrastructure that we may want to invest in to actually make it easier and down the road. So I think those, as Karen said, I would totally support committees being tasked with exploring that and then coming back to us not only with maybe a different solution, but also, what happened this year and what did we learn, and does that influence what we want to change next year? But I don't think the way you've motioned it, I don't think I would support that particular motion.
Other council
Would you like to make a
discussion.
friendly amendment?
Other council discussion. Councilor Fellows.
Yeah, thank you. Similar to Councilor Anderson, I absolutely agree with that, with those aspirations. And I think that that's clearly one of the big things that's come out of this whole process is that it's partly about fees and revenues, but it's also largely, it's about managing parking and removing friction wherever we can. So I think we should absolutely strive toward that. And I would support establishing some sort of, as Councilor Anderson phrased it, a date certain for a report back. I don't think I'd be comfortable in sitting here tonight and establishing a hard sunset date, given where we are in the process, and we've got we're now going to be tasking community services with implementing a new fee regime. We have a new community services director who seems great, and I'm sure he'll be very capable. He and his staff will continue to be great, but this is a lot to bite off. You know, Tom may wish to speak from staff's perspective about the viability of incorporating something like this into a budgeting process, given that we're about to start that budget process. And I just would like us to think about what's really realistic in terms of timing. And, you know, there also may be something to be said for just allowing a little more room for this to breathe and see how things work fee-wise. But I do completely agree with Councillor Cushing that we should be exploring a longer-term kind of technological solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Other councillor comment?
I wouldn't support a sunset provision because that's a hard thing, but I would support asking community services to look at the suggestion that was made by Councilor Cushing that there may be better electronic systems today to deal with it that have not been explored.
Oh, Councillor Donovan, your microphone.
Thank you.
Can you just say, for the public record, it's really hard when your mic's not on, if you don't mind.
Thank you. I would not support a sunset provision, which says the law that we're going to pass tonight expires. That's what it means. But I would support an initiative by the council to ask community services to study this proposal that Councilor Cushing is making.
Thank you. I appreciate you restating your comment. Other council comments? Councillor Doherty? No? Okay. Councillor Cushing?
So, Councilor Donovan, all of that would be fine with me. What I'm really interested in is that we get a commitment, we do what a governing body should do, which is provide direction to say this is something that we're interested in doing. And if you all object to a sunset provision, fine, I'll withdraw the motion if someone would propose something that is consistent with what I think you all feel, I'm just guessing, that we should get before us much more information about a modern parking lot management system that addresses all of these issues. I'm not sure how you want to say that, but I'd be happy if someone put it in terms that everyone can support.
Councillor Shu?
I don't think that has to be.
I don't think we need to make an amendment or any proposals to task a committee. I am the liaison to that committee. I see the committee sitting here and guess what? We have a new task. I don't know. I feel like we have to maybe extend it. I don't know. I don't know how other people feel. I don't know if we have to formally task them with it. We've never done that before, I guess, but I don't know.
Just if I could, I serve at your pleasure. This is the first time the council's had this discussion. I've heard it talked about in concept at other committees. I've heard individual councilors express interest. I work for the body. It's very clear that you're all interested in knowing more about this. So I don't need any formal action by council, any directive. I will certainly study this further. I just, as a footnote, we have started to explore this very elementally at this point. I think we had initially underestimated the cost and complication to do this and do it right, keeping in mind that we need to have the proper enforcement mechanism in place. And that's going to require some additional work with staff, whether it's civilian or law enforcement. So allow us to do the work, we will, and we'll provide those results to you, in a timely fashion.
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Cushing, I heard interest in withdrawing the motion, or would you like me to take additional comment and call the vote? Hold on, Scott, hold on. You can't just turn your microphone on and start speaking, please.
Make a decision until I speak.
I understand that, but we do have rules and
I'm just letting you know.
thank you. Councillor Doherty, please, go ahead.
All I was gonna say was, does Don want to revise that and just not have the sunset clause? Basically, he's saying, and everybody agrees with it, to do this, don't have we can pass the ordinance tonight. Obviously, if you have this, it may change, you may have to change the ordinance. If we're gonna put this kind of a system in, it may come down to that you have to change the ordinance. I suppose you'll still have passes for residents. Basically, these meters will just be for people that don't have passes that are gonna pay the $20 a day, right? So it will probably stay the same. So if you, it may wanna just revise it, not exclude the sunset clause.
Counselor Cushing.
I think what I've heard is that the town manager, says he's been looking at this, he's working on it. That's fine with me, as long as we all understand that we need to take a bigger picture solution to this issue. That's what I'm trying to get at. And that the committees will work on that. Ultimately, we are concerned about staff. These systems make it much easier on staff by my reading and research on the subject. I wish I didn't know as much as I've learned about it in the last day, okay? But it would be a great benefit to our town. So with that, I'll withdraw my motion. Want to withdraw your second? And we'll get on with the business. Thank you.
Thank you.
If that's what he wishes, I will withdraw my second.
Thank you, Counselor Doherty. Are there any other discussions on the main motion as amended at this time? Just to reiterate the following amendments, I'm just going to go through them shorthand. We have an amendment to reduce the number of non-resident parking fees, parking passes issued to 350 and increase the price to $200. We have an amendment, and that amendment passed. We have an amendment that passed to make the parking meters $5 instead of $1. We have an amendment that changed the fee collection time to 7 a.m. We have an amendment that allows for active duty members to receive a free pass. We have an amendment that allows income restricted residents to receive a free pass. And we have an amendment that allows, and the amendment that John proposed for the $5 failed. And so it was withdrawn. Correct. Thank you. With that, I'm going to call the vote on the main motion as amended. Yes? Okay. Oh my gosh. Yes. Should we pull up the document? There are other recommendations that the committee made that we have not discussed. And so they passed at first read. Is everyone comfortable with the recommendations that we did not amend? Okay, just making sure. Thank you for that pause. With that, all those in favor of the main motion as amended? And opposed? Okay, I show that as 6-1. Thank you. Just for the resident who is raising their hand online, I'm not ignoring you, I promise. Public comment period for that item had closed, and so I'm going to go ahead and move through the rest of our agenda. Moving on to new business, order number 25-020 is first reading and refer to the planning board the proposed amendments to chapter 405 zoning ordinance section 6 definitions, section 9 performance standards, high technology facilities, section 21B light industrial LI district, and this is coming to us from the planning director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what you have for first reading to consider is a compilation of several meetings through the Long Range Planning Committee and then Ordinance Committee earlier last month. And so the proposal, we were requested to look at the light industrial ordinance in the fall, specifically because of the FedEx development and the impacts to the residential property owners. This particular set of amendments really focuses on the 4 uses that were targeted in the moratorium that you all put into place that is set to expire on March 18th. But through that, what we came to is a set of performance standards that would apply to all uses in light industrial. We ended up recommending to strike the, and maybe we could pull it up if you all would like to look at it. We made a choice to strike the cannabis manufacturing facility and marijuana cultivation facility, but leaving the testing. We also, I also rather added a use mini warehouse and storage facilities. That use actually felt really appropriate to this district because it isn't reliant on water and wastewater. And so what you have before you, the items in red are the proposal that was amended through ordinance committee. And I can answer any specific questions that you might have about that.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have specific questions for Autumn before I open this up for public
Thank
comment?
you.
Counselor Cushing.
Autumn, thank you. Appreciate the hard work. Not to bring up old business, but at a couple of meetings ago, we were pretty clear in our wetlands ordinance that we didn't want to allow a lot of discretion or interpretation for the planning board with respect to accepting alternative solutions. So now when I read this, I ask within that context, then I say, the use will not create an unhealthy or offensive smoke, dust, odor, or airborne discharges. Who makes that determination and when?
So these performance standards, they would have to go to the planning board. And these are the first 1 through 4 are performance standards that currently apply to other industrial type uses. And so those are just basically a copy and paste applying this to the whole district.
So
But the planning board.
So the planning board already does
Right,
this.
yes, and they rely on staff and outside peer review. And in this instance, for certain reviews, they would allow on public safety, but they would have the ultimate say in it.
I understand. And okay, I think you've answered my question. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions for Autumn? Yes, Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, I know there's a recommendation to add limited operating hours to daytime hours, and I'm just curious, do we know for the existing businesses that are operating in there, what their operating hours are, and will this impact them or?
I do not know the hours of operation for the businesses that are there now. I do suspect that if this were to apply to them retroactively, it would affect them. This would be for new uses that are reviewed. That helps.
That's Counselor Cushing,
Yes.
certainly.
So to be clear, none of this applies to FedEx,
Correct.
right? So FedEx operates 24/7. They operate big trucks. They're not subject to any noise provisions, et cetera. So now this provision will apply to property owners in the remaining area, which includes the households of the residents. And it also includes the property, which I understand is primarily owned by Mr. Dickinson and a couple other folks.
Correct.
Right? And so so if I understand correctly, FedEx was approved under the existing ordinance and oops, and now we're going to kind of come back and change those rules. So, okay, we'll discuss this when we discuss, but I just wanted to be clear on that point.
Thank you. Other questions for Autumn? Thank you, Autumn. At this time, I will go ahead and open up this item for public comment. Anyone wishing to make public comment, please approach the podium. Give us your name and your address for the public record. Welcome.
Denise Hamilton, 2 Rod Road, and I am requesting accommodations to speak on behalf of both my husband and myself as he's not able to attend these meetings. I've attended all the planning board, long-range planning, town council, and ordinance meetings over the last 3+ years pertaining to this area of town, as well as all the ordinance meetings pre-COVID regarding marijuana. At the last long-range planning meeting and reiterated at the ordinance meeting last month, The chair of the Long Range Planning indicated it's their recommendation to remove distribution, warehousing, trucking terminals, cannabis manufacturing, and cannabis cultivation, but leave cannabis testing lab. I raised a concern that cannabis testing labs use hazardous chemicals, and being near a residential neighborhood goes against the safety indicated in the performance standards. Liam added comment that there are currently, I believe, around 4 labs in Maine because of the difficulty to establish and afford one, and the chance of someone wanting to put one in this area was probably slim. If that's the case, then there's no reason to have it as an allowed use, not to mention again, it's a safety risk to the residential homes. I have a concern that what happened back in 2013 is happening again in 2025. The long-range planning is relied upon to make recommendations just like they did when this district was being discussed in 2012, 2013. And town council at the time went against the recommendations, and we're now stuck with a trucking terminal in our backyard. I urge you to please accept long-range planning committee's recommendations and not cause further upset to our neighborhood, with the exception of also striking the cannabis testing lab. We do not want distribution, warehousing, trucking terminals, or cannabis businesses in our neighborhood. We also don't need mini storage buildings in our area. This is not Commercial Street. We've indicated we're okay with small office buildings since you're unwilling to change the area back to rural farming. I've raised concerns over the last couple of years where items are listed as allowed uses, yet are excluded under the performance standards. Instead of removing them from the ordinance, they've now been added to the performance standards. Some of these items are items that were not being recommended by long-range planning when this area was being rezoned. I asked this council to go with at minimum the recommendations of long-range planning on removing the uses and not what is written in the documents in the packet tonight, in addition to tightening up the performance standards. There's too much authority given to the planning board for their interpretation on what's noise, what's safety, what's odor, what's airborne particles. And it's affecting us in the neighborhood. As much as I would have liked to sit down and write up performance standards as asked by Councilor Donovan at the ordinance meeting, I'm afraid it would have been a waste of my time and cause for even more frustration. Not to mention, my time really needs to be spent taking care of 2 very close family members with significant health issues. Performance standards do need to be included either across the board for the whole LI district or specific to each allowed use. It currently allows too much interpretation, and it's not protecting our neighborhood. I don't recall seeing anything about the requirement for water and sewer, but I'll admit that I didn't read everything word for word with the time I've had. Please remember, this is a predominantly residential area that has been subject to a large amount of traffic since the development of the Downs, with a significant increase in accidents. The roads in this area cannot accommodate all the traffic. In fact, the new hot top put down by DOT last summer is already showing wear, cracking, and heaves. Definitely does not support the Public Works Director alleged testing that the section between 40 Holmes Road and 70 Holmes Road can accommodate large trucks. In fact, if it could, why is it his recommendation to again list it on the posted roads listing for 2025, just as it has been for the last 50+ years? I'd like to comment on a remark made by Councilor Donovan at the ordinance meeting regarding having had a loud and noisy racetrack in our neighborhood, and how could that have been good? Understand that Beech Ridge had been in that location for 72 years, 73 seasons. It was a family entertainment venue with public benefit. It was there long before any houses. So anyone who's moved in, whether it was 5 years ago or 65 years ago in my husband's family's case, everyone knew there was a racetrack there and did their due diligence to know that it was a seasonal business operating 2 to 3 days per week, 4 to 6 hours per day for about 5 months of the year. Very much different than a business operating 24/7, 365 days a year. None of us moved here and built our homes because there was a trucking terminal being developed. If the founder and one of the last owners were still alive, we wouldn't be where we are today. Last but not least, it's obvious based on the date the moratorium started, holidays, discussions, and the public process that additional time will be needed, and hope that this council will extend the moratorium to allow for the process to take place. The moratorium for marijuana was given the full 180 days, whereas we were cut down to half of that. I believe this ordinance needs more work, and I hope will be shown the same respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Other people wishing to make public comment?
Hi, good evening. My name is Greg Braun. I'm an attorney at Bergen Parkinson in Kennebunk and Saco. I would ask for modest consideration. I'm not going to take too much of your time, but I am here tonight on behalf of several of the owners of property in the light industrial district, specifically Mr. Daniel Dickinson, who is present, also 121 Two Rod Road LLC, 151 Two Rod Road LLC, and White Pine LP. And to answer one of the counselor's questions, yes, some of these businesses that are there currently do operate 24 hours a day. In fact, White Pine LP operates a junkyard on that location. It's a grandfathered use, and it is a 24-hour location. I did submit a written submission for this and on this question last week by email and hard copy. I don't know if everyone had a chance to receive that and review it. I just kind of sort of want to reiterate and speak out loud some of the concerns or issues. First, the individuals and companies I represent object to and would ask you to amend any suggestion or anything that you would submit to the planning board. They would ask for the removal of the cannabis manufacturing facilities and marijuana cultivation facilities prohibition. One of the arguments I would ask this council to consider is the fact that currently in your town, if this is something, if these are activities that this town wants to allow, there are very limited locations where this can take place. The industrial, light industrial, and industrial overlay zones are the only ones, and I stand to be corrected, but appear to be the only ones where these marijuana activities can take place. When you look at the map and you look at how the populations and the development are centered in this town, those that are less dense and less populated are in fact around the light industrial areas. And so effectively, if you have a concern about the effects on the surrounding community with marijuana cultivation and marijuana manufacturing, by moving it or prohibiting it in the light industrial area where there is a less dense surrounding and fewer people, you're promoting and moving it to a place where it's more likely going to affect more people and more members of your community. And so that's one thing I would ask you to consider in contemplating whether or not this is an amendment you should make. Second, I would point out that there currently is a 1,000-foot restriction on these activities from the door of any residence that surrounds it. I'm not aware of any consideration that was given by the ordinance committee or those that considered it previously as to whether or not a less prohibitive or restrictive measure might satisfy the concerns of those around the light industrial area. Specifically, if you were to increase the restriction from 1,000 feet to 2,000 feet, right, what might that do? And I haven't seen anything in the way of contemplation or consideration related to it. And similarly, the board has suggested and proposed additional performance standards related to this area. And absolutely, Autumn's right and correct that the first four of those are things that are relatively standard that any planning board would consider when looking to approve a project. However, I don't see that these additional performance standards and what effect they might have on these marijuana activities is something that was actually considered. And so I would ask you to consider and discuss whether or not the adoption of these additional performance standards on their own might alleviate the concerns and the issues with these activities in the light industrial zone. The other issue which I've been asked to object to and ask you to strongly consider denying or amending out of the proposals is the restriction on daytime hours only. again, the first four of these additional performance standards are things that are pretty common and typical to any plan that might come before a planning board. But to restrict literally all commercial activities that might take place in this area to daytime hours only it seems not just overly broad, but maybe even to a point where it could be considered arbitrary and capricious. And what I would ask you to do is look down the list of the currently 27 different uses that are allowed in this district, and 28 if we were to add small storage. And you'll actually see that through some of these, there are ones that cannot be or would not be restricted to within a 24-hour period or to within daytime only hours. And so by putting a daytime hour restriction on some of these activities, effectively what you would be doing is removing that allowance. And just very quickly, I'll point out utility scale solar energy systems.
Very quickly.
Right? Small scale energy systems, telecommunication facilities, transmission towers, high-tech facilities. These are all things that effectively run on a 24-hour period. And if you were to put daytime hour restrictions on these, they're effectively removing those as options or opportunities in this area. And so I thank you very much for your time, and I hope you do consider removing these from any proposals.
Thank you very much, sir. Other people wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, I will go ahead and close public comment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Council discussion. Counselor Shoup. Thank you.
Sure. So I'll get started since it came through ordinance. I think one of the clarifications I wanted to make, because I understand that coming out of long-range planning, they had offered to specifically eliminate some of the uses, but what came before us, we did not eliminate any of the uses. Is that correct? Besides the marijuana. And I didn't know if Autumn, you could just remind me real quickly what uses they were recommending? That-
Yes, so the recommendations that were made on the January 10th of this year meeting was that council strike marijuana manufacturing and cultivation and retain the testing. They did not take action on the distribution, wholesale trade, and transportation. They were limited on time. And so I think maybe they could have taken action at another meeting, but they said that we should define the uses and really stick to performance standards. So that's what was brought forward. I'm not sure. I think.
Yeah,
he-
and the reason I asked that is because when I was at ordinance, I mean, it's just me and two other counselors, I was more inclined to eliminate like some of the uses, but I did not feel like on that level, the council had the appetite for that. But generally, you know, they came before us, the council, and I think there's three type of things that you can look at. So we were looking at the uses that are used in this zone, the performance standards, and the zone, because councils do have the authority to change the whole zone back. So we're not proposing tonight to change the zone to RF or any other sort of residential zone where we want to keep it light industrial. I think the biggest issue that came out of the FedEx, you know, you don't know what you have until you start implementing it and things like that. I think the biggest revelation that came with the FedEx was that, you know, the neighbors are not protected by the good neighbor ordinance. So I think what you're going to see here tonight is you see a set of performance standards that apply to all of them, because this is a light industrial zone that is surrounded by residents. And so they do not have the same protections that all of us residents have when we're living there. And they unfortunately are stuck with FedEx. There's nothing we can do about it. But I think the least we can do is say, this is not a good situation. And at a minimum, we need to protect the rights of these residents who are constituents, who are here, and have them to be able to enjoy their properties. So what you'll see under the performance standards is just a lot about being a good neighbor. And I would say that the operations of hours is the biggest issue that we're coming forward here, because this is to protect the residents. You know, just for your understanding, when FedEx first came, they did not indicate that they were 24 hours. It kind of was revealed later in the process. And I think that's just a learning curve for all of us, that it was kind of unknown at the beginning. We found out later, and the residents unfortunately found out later, that not only are they going to be 24/7, but they have zero protection from anything that is going on there. Noise, trucking, all of the lighting and things like that. And so, I mean, besides the other normal performance standards in there. I think this is a good compromise. You know, I just, in regards to, I appreciate the attorney saying, you know, we want cannabis in there. I think we're having a hard time generally enforcing this cannabis situation right now. And I think we have, you know, I mean, we, on our zoning board agenda next month, next week is someone contesting, their odor complaint. So we already have implemented new law and people are already fighting about it and our staff is already using their resources to deal with this industry. So I really do feel like the cannabis needs to stay out of there. And I think this is a good compromise for the residents and I think there's still a lot of uses for the property.
Great. Thank you, Karen. Counselor Fellows.
Thank you. Speaking as another member of the ordinance committee, I would agree with Councilor Shoup that under the circumstances and given the sometimes, conflicting imperatives here, that what's out there right now is a pretty good compromise. As Councilor Shoup indicated, that there may initially have been some thought of taking more of a blunt instrument approach, but to her credit, Councilor Shoup sort of recognized that there didn't seem to be quite the support for that. So, and Councilor Donovan may want to speak for himself as another member of the committee. But I thought we as a group did a good job of working through these sort of point by point and trying to solve for the actual issues and try to allow for a good range of allowable uses in that light industrial zone while protecting the residential population. And I will also note that there are members of long range planning who were at that ordinance committee meeting. The chair spoke. I think a couple different people spoke. We did have opportunity for people to comment, contrary to what was indicated in the letter that was sent to us. It's been a very deliberate process, at least from my perspective. We can certainly discuss nuances and potential tweaks, but I will stand behind the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Fellows. Counselor Cushing.
So this is a lot different. The outcome here is a lot different than what I thought the moratorium was about in the first place. Councilor Anderson, you correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was that we had a group of neighbors and who had petitioned us to address their specific issues. And we had landowners who had issues, and that we agreed to have a moratorium to see if we could work those things out. And my best recollection is that you and I sat in a room with those folks and we worked hard to try to see if we could find some equitable solution to that problem. And that your suggestion was that we would have some performance standards. And now I'm here that we've gone to long range planning and we've gone to ordinance and we've eliminated cannabis, which was something that never came up in the discussions that I was involved in. And we've eliminated 24/7 operations, which quite frankly accomplishes nothing because FedEx is the biggest one and that's going to run big trucks 24/7. And my understanding from listening to the attorney is that a reasonable compromise was let's go back, and if our cannabis ordinance isn't working, which doesn't surprise me because I objected to it on the basis that it would have enforcement issues. But if it's not working, then let's come back and fix that. Okay, but let's not sneak up and do it in the back door by basically saying, well, we'll have this ordinance, but we're just going to cross out all of the possible ways that people can use their land to do it. That strikes me as really unfair. So, personally, I could care less whether we have another cannabis cultivation thing in town, but I care deeply about the fact that this body deals with all of our constituents, our residents, our business owners, our land owners in an even-handed way. And so when I voted for a moratorium, I voted to resolve that issue, not to open the door to rewrite the zoning on the light industrial zone. Now, I think that I've heard here from the attorney for Mr. Dickerson that they're saying, here is a fair compromise. A fair compromise is eliminate the 24/7, eliminate the hourly restriction, and put cannabis back in. Because it never should have come out in the first place, in my view, based on the reason that we had this moratorium in the first place. So I'll probably propose an amendment later to that effect, but I'd like to ask my colleague, Councilor Anderson, if he agrees, disagrees, because you were there in the room, you proposed the amendment. I'd like to hear how you think about this.
I think this.
Counselor
process-
Anderson,
Yeah, sorry.
thank you.
Great man. I think, the process has been a very fair process. I think maybe one of the pieces that you didn't get was that prior to it coming to us, that Long Range had already been working this and had previously already made a recommendation, or were working through a recommendation to remove some uses, or even go more extreme, as Counselor Shoup had mentioned, of converting it back to RF. So I think there were big measures that were being contemplated by the Long Range Planning Committee in parallel to the conversations that we have. When we met with residents, I think I would agree that there seemed to be some general consensus that adding in performance standards would be a good way to do it, and that there were still some concerns about uses that residents came to the subsequent long range planning and advocated for, that the Long Range Planning Committee supported. So to me, that is part of the process. The process is, we have these committees, they deliberate, they discuss. I will say, in that meeting, personally, I said, I don't think we need to eliminate marijuana. I felt comfortable keeping it, but the committee felt differently, and that's what they put forward. And frankly, their rationale was very similar to some of the things that Counselor Shoup shared. So I don't think it's, a bad perspective. It wasn't one that I necessarily supported, but it's one that I can live with. And again, removing marijuana near term doesn't mean once we get things better under control and have better confidence in the management that we can't add it back in later. But for now, if that's the recommendation, it's a recommendation that I can personally live with. I do think that there's been a lot of process around this. I do think that, what is put forward today is a compromise. It doesn't sound like the residents are super happy that spoke today. It doesn't sound like the landowners are super happy. I know earlier we were talking about how we like to make people happy, but sometimes I do too, but sometimes when they're not when everybody's a little unhappy, I think that means that's probably a good compromise. The one thing I would like to better understand and explore between now and second read, though, is the notion of, it did resonate with me that we have some uses in here that are essentially 24-hour operating facilities like telecommunications. And so is there something we need to modify in the hours? Because what I felt like the issue was with residents was, when the operations becomes a disturbance outside of those normal operating hours, but if they're in the building doing stuff that people don't know what's going on, but they have to work in that facility, that's not a problem. It all goes back to, it doesn't bother me if they're, again, I think what I heard from residents, we don't care what's happening as long as it doesn't bother me, meaning they're not making a lot of noise, they're not doing a lot of stuff. So if that means that there's a way to tweak that provision so that facilities can't operate so long as they're not violating and doing certain disturbances after hours, I don't know if there's something there that can be tweaked. And if not, then I can live with it as it is, but I would look to staff maybe to kind of see if there's anything there.
Thank you, Counselor Anderson.
I just
Autumn.
wanted to offer, from a staff perspective, I would prefer if we put the performance standard number 5 towards only the uses that we're really concerned about, the trucking, and that will make our lives in the code enforcement department a lot easier. So we are not regulating the operating hours for all of these businesses. This is not something we do in any other district in town. We talked about it a little bit in ordinance committee that let's put it all in, and then if we need to take some back, we can. So I can certainly bring you this is going to planning board next, at our next meeting. So maybe I can have them focus on striking the uses that it would not apply, if that seems reasonable.
That would be helpful.
Yes.
Thank you, Autumn. Counselor Shoup?
I don't like any of that. So, sure. But, no, sure, if you're in the building, but if you're there and the lights are on for security reasons. And so I think there's more to it than one car driving in at 6 AM and driving out. It's, well, we have to legally have our lights on 24/7 because we're operating 24/7. I think that's part of it. That's why I immediately push back at that because sure, I understand certain facilities could operate 24/7 and you might not feel like it's an impact, but their lights being on is impactful. And I think that circles back around to why we created these performance standards is we're trying to eliminate all of these inconveniences and things that these residents are not shielded from right now. So,
So just to
Counselor
respond,
Anderson.
I think we do have pretty good standards in the LI around buffering and things like that. So I think particularly in the plots of land that I understand that are buildable at this point, they're going to be required to have appropriate buffer that it, in theory, wouldn't necessarily, if they had their lights on, that neighbors would notice.
Autumn is coming back to the podium. No worries.
They
Thank you.
would have a requirement for 100-foot buffer on Two Rod Road. And there are requirements for light, but there could possibly be some light glare. That you just cannot remove all of that. Just to say, we do have really good performance standards in regards to that, but I think what I got out of the FedEx experience was the noise was the biggest, the 24/7 truck, the beeping that we can't do anything about because of OSHA requirements. And so I could look at this with a focus on noise and I could look at it with a focus on lighting and maybe give it to you in that way. So from a planning perspective, I don't think that personal service establishments such as a hair salon, if you're cutting hair at 6 AM, I don't think that's going to be a problem, but I can maybe frame it that way to give you, and it may be just a shortened list that those hours wouldn't apply to, if that might be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Autumn. Any other council discussion before we vote on first reading to send this to planning board?
So.
Counselor Cushing, guys. Counselor Cushing, thank you.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Give me. These are important issues.
I know, I
just
know.
get a little bit antsy.
I know.
So I'm not going to offer an amendment because I can count and I don't want to waste the council's time. But I do want to recount, at least for the public, what happened here. We had a light industrial zone and a big tax-paying business came in and put in a 24/7 loud operation, doing what is allowed under the law. And people who didn't like it before, didn't like it after. And so now we've decided to change the rules. And we've done it, as you would point out, according to all of our processes and legal and proper. But the fact of the matter is we changed the rules. We are changing the rules here midstream. And it seems to be something that feels okay. And I don't think it is. I've said this before. Residents have agreed with me that whether you are a homeowner or a business owner, you need to be able to look at the books and calculate with some sense and certainty that things are going to be the same for a while and that your town government isn't going to change the rules because there's an uproar on one side of the issue or another. And what I'm suggesting to this group is that we need to be extremely careful about that people rely on their government to look to the long term and to own their mistakes. And if we made a mistake with FedEx, we made a mistake. But balancing those books on the part of other taxpayers makes zero sense to me. And that is what is at the core of this issue. It's not this amendment or that amendment. So I've made my speech for the record. I've made my speech for the public. Madam Chair, please feel free to call the vote if that's your pleasure. I'm done.
Thank you. Is anyone else wishing to make not public comment, additional comment? We're going to take a break after this one. John, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, earlier tonight, we were talking about MTA and how when residents organize, our government listens and our government responds. And so I look at this differently. I look at it as we had residents who got organized, who advocated, and they brought about change. And I think that's super important for the government also to also listen to our residents and make sure that we do it consistently and make sure that when they come forward, they know we're listening and we're going to go through the process, which we've run it through the process that we have. So I just want to thank the residents especially for being, on this case, good advocates and know that your government is listening to you and taking appropriate action.
No, Counselor Cushing.
I-
Counselor Cushing,
Thank you.
please
Can't-
wait to be recognized. I'm not going to ask again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect, Councilor Anderson, I can't let that comparison stand for a very important reason. And that is that the Maine Turnpike Authority was under consideration for 30 years. That they'd done some things along the way, but anyone who was betting and planning on that before the thing was finalized was taking a gamble that that project would go through. That is entirely different than the project being approved, permitted, and 50% of the road built, and then we go, okay, let's change our mind. And the distinction here is that these laws were in place. These laws were passed. These laws were relied upon by our residents to make important financial and risky decisions. And that really is the distinction. So you're absolutely right. I fully agree with people who have the right to petition their government. And this was a wonderful example. You and I both put in a substantial amount of time listening. And we hoped, as a result of that listening, to come up with what I felt would be a workable compromise. I don't believe that's the case. I've made that point very clear. But I really object to the notion that this somehow compares to the citizen involvement around the Maine Turnpike. I think they're two entirely different issues.
At this point, are there counselors wishing to make comment that have not spoken?
Yeah.
Counselor Doherty.
I'll throw my 2 cents worth in.
Thank
real
you.
quick. The main reason I ran for council was so the individuals in town had a voice. And, you know, now I'm in a situation where you have individuals that have come back with a council before us that made the wrong decisions. But we have a resident in town that invested money in this land with the law that council passed. So this puts us in a query. I mean, the residents that were there, like she said, she makes a really good point that the Beech Ridge Speedway, they moved there, they knew it was loud, but it was only for, you know, a few days a week. And, you know, and this FedEx thing is definitely different. This is where the committees and things is a good idea to keep in touch with the residents of town, but most people don't pay attention to it. You know, they don't come to the council meetings. They just assume you're gonna do the right thing and I ain't gonna listen. I ain't got time to go and, you know, it's boring. So they did this stuff and they did this comprehensive plan and they did it all in their committees and stuff, but the people really didn't want it afterwards when all said and done. And I said it at our goals meeting, the woman that was a counselor in Portland, I said, everything should go to referendum. And she says, well, that's not the type of government we have. You can't have that. That's not this. I says, what? Is this a democracy? You know, so something like this, a big issue like this should have went to referendum. It shouldn't be to the board to decide or, you know, the committees. It should go to referendum. When we have a big issue, we shouldn't be the ones in the middle, you know, let the residents have the vote and say. On the school issue too, you should just send it out to referendum what they want for a school. Not come up with a whole proposal of $160 million, you know. So what this boils down to is I don't want somebody telling me what I can and can't do with my property and my land. That's the whole premise of this country. That's why we came here, was so that we didn't have somebody dictating to us what we can and can't. But in a society, you have to have rules and regulations, and you do have to have noise ordinances. And so we make it so that industrial parks And we tried to do that. And now we have apartment units in our industrial park. I don't know how this happened, but, why do we have apartment units in our industrial park? And then this was designated as an industrial park. So, yeah, there's the whole history right there. And it's a very tough decision. But I think I'm gonna have to side with the guy that, invested money in land on a law, an ordinance that this town had made, and we gotta live in the bed that was made before us. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? I show that as 5-2. Thank you very much. Oh, I turned my mic off. At this point, the council is going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. We will reconvene at 9:35. Welcome back, everybody. Moving through our agenda, we are now on to order number 25-021, first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the proposed second amendment to the contract zone for the Larrabee Farm Wetland Mitigation Project at 281 Beach Ridge Road, Assessors Map R1003, Lot 6A in Scarborough. And this is coming to us from the Planning Department.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the second amendment. You all held a joint meeting last October with the planning board to talk about this. I believe it, the planning board has also reviewed this as their preliminary site plan earlier this year. So the Grandin Wetland Project has been around for quite some time. I believe in 2006 is when it was originally approved as a 284 acre wetland mitigation project. And at this point, about half of it, 130 acres, is complete through the mitigation. The monitoring period is over. And so that part will be deeded over to the town as per the original contract zone amendment. And so that is the green on the screen that will be deeded over to the town. The remaining blue per this second amendment is still on the table for wetland mitigation. There are some terms that have been added in here for clarity that the applicant has until June 31st, 2027 to secure a new customer. And if they do, they have to be done by December 31st, 2028. And then at that time, the town would receive the land in approximately 10 years after that monitoring is over. If they do not secure a customer, then they would deed the land over to the town at a much earlier time. And so those are the big things that are in the amendment. We are also through this process, so we will be rezoning the green land back to RF. The yellow parcel is 20 acres that was originally deeded to the town. It's currently zoned contract zone. It will also revert back to RF. So this will incur a zoning map change as well. The applicant is here. If you have any questions of him, or I'm happy to answer any of the specifics about this at this time.
Thank you, Autumn. Does anyone have any questions specifically for Autumn? Councilor Fellows?
Just a quick, very pedantic comment,
Mhm.
but they're only 30 days in June.
Got it.
And the language says June 31st. As much as
will-
I'd love to add a date.
We will fix that.
Thanks.
Other questions for Autumn? Thank you. At this time, I will open this up for public comment. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this item, please approach the podium or raise your hand online. Welcome back.
Hi, thank you. Stanis Moody Roberts, 38 County Road. So I sent out a couple of emails when I was first trying to figure all of this out and addressed the planning board by CC'd you guys. So hopefully you saw some of that. But I think for me, it felt really slimy at first seeing this because nothing was discussed, which kind of was like, to me, the elephant in the room, where the discussions up until now from at least 2019 have been centered around the Gorham Connector, and this being the mitigation project for the Gorham Connector. And that explains to some extent, I believe, why we're in a position where it was supposed to be finished by 2018. 2019 rolled around, there was some discussion of moving forward with amendment because that was when the MTA was ready to get going with it. Then COVID happened, the MTA had to figure stuff out, and then it finally is back before you now this year. So that's wrapped up in also really wishing that there could be more recreation opportunities in North Scarborough, and that this was, the intent of this was that it would become a recreation area for our community and our neighborhood. This is just first reading, so I just wanted to, I have a couple questions that I wish to learn a little bit more about. So the first is, and I just briefly was discussing this. I looked at the current Army Corps of Engineer standards for wetland construction projects. And this may not apply to the previous projects, but it does for current and future projects, that there is a significant mandate that read this, that wetland mitigation projects in the form of constructed wetlands must be monitored and maintained in perpetuity, that a long-term management plan must be designed and approved past the 10-year monitoring period, and that a long-term steward must be appointed who is legally responsible to ensure that the wetland construction, the constructed wetlands, and the overall wetland mitigation project is managed and maintained for perpetuity. So my question, therefore, is one, who would be that steward for future projects? And two, how might that intersect with future recreational use of the property past that monitoring period? If, for example, we had a situation where invasive species came in, there was blame on because of public use of the property, and then whoever that steward is would have the potentially the legal mandate to say no, no more public use of this space. It needs to be, everything the invasive species all eradicated and cordoned off from public use. So what are the long-term implications there, and who is liable and legally responsible for the upkeep of that constructed wetlands past that 10-year monitoring period?
Donis.
Okay, yeah, I'll email
No worries.
more later.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to make public comments this evening? Seeing none, I will go ahead and close public comment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Council discussion.
Oh, go ahead.
Applicant, sorry. Go ahead.
No, Councilor Doherty is gonna,
Absolutely, yes.
it's okay. Councilor Doherty, you're recognized. Thank you.
Okay. I guess I just want clarification on what it is. I'm new here and it's wetlands where?
We can bring the map back up. It's located off Beach Ridge Road.
Between Beach Ridge and Gorham.
Yeah.
This is the entire parcel.
So Liam, do you mind using the cursor to just
come up
kind of
with-
orient us?
How come it was donated to the town?
Yeah,
The history of it, I guess I
So-
want.
short history, this is a contract zone and the purpose of it was to construct wetlands. And for certain projects, not related to this project, that have impacts on wetlands are required in some cases to construct wetlands elsewhere as an offset. And the lands that have already been constructed, there's 4 or 5 projects, and I think there's a graphic in your packet that ties it back to actual projects in the area, many of which are in Scarborough, the Cabela's project, some of the Jetport work. In exchange for us allowing this use, the land is to be deeded back to us once the wetlands are constructed and the monitoring period is passed. And so we're essentially halfway through the project. We've given them very tight timelines to complete the rest of it. And I think Autumn mentioned those are in the next 3 years.
Was this added on to our conservation land that we've been talking about?
It will be. That's what was discussed earlier. What's shown in blue, in green, I think you can and should include that toward your goal.
Yeah, it's concept.
That's 130
It's conserved,
acres.
protected.
So first night, you get 130 acres.
There you go. Good. All right. Thank you.
Other council discussion? Seeing none, I will go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor? I show that as unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Order number 25-002 is first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the proposed third amendment to the Higas Parkway TIF Increment Financing TIF District and Development Program. This is coming to us from the town manager.
Yes, I'll do my best to be brief. I think the cover sheet provided some of the history. This is the Higas Parkway District was first started in 2006. We subsequently amended it twice, most recently to extend the timeline to the full 30 years. During the entirety of this TIF, we're limited for using TIF revenues for 3 different purposes. One of which was to make CEA payments, which had been fully satisfied. Second was to offset our investment in sewer and other infrastructure along the parkway, which again has been satisfied. And the third is to cover SEDCO costs, which we have been and will continue to. With the revelation that we've satisfied 2 of the allowed uses, this is all about adding flexibility so we can apply those TIF funds to other things. And we modeled this largely on the uses that are afforded through the downtown TIF, which again looks to the statute and tries to provide maximum flexibility.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Council discussion. John, thank you.
I would just say this came up at finance, and again, I think because it's really just expanding our uses for future funds, that I think we voted unanimously to move it forward to council.
Yep, thank you. Other council discussion. Councilor Doherty.
Yeah, I just need clarification of,
Certainly.
it's TIF district who did this, or getting money, I just heard you say something about, new town center.
I mentioned in passing, we have another TIF, a more recent TIF, the downtown TIF that covers about 1,000 acres, including where we sit here. In that way, in that one, in the first instance, we really gave ourselves maximum flexibility in what to use TIF funds for. This one was really limited, and we're simply looking to expand the allowable uses, gives us more flexibility. You'll see many of these details come forward in the budget proposal I make for you.
Okay.
Okay,
thank you.
Certainly. Other council discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Show that as unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order number 25-023 is first reading and waive the second reading to extend the townwide moratorium that the town council approved on December 18th, 2024 in the light industrial district for an additional 30 days until April 17th, 2025. And I am sponsoring this. Essentially, when we, during our deliberations, reduced the moratorium from 180 days to 90 days, that set the end date for the moratorium as March 18th. Our next council meeting is March 19th. Because the moratorium ends one day before we will be able to take second action on the proposed changes to the light industrial zone, I am proposing that we extend the moratorium so that we do not have even a single day of exposure where we would not be covered by the moratorium. It's, at this point, I feel clerical, and we didn't work our way backwards in the moment to make sure that our end date coincided with our meeting date. Lesson learned. And I fully intend to have a motion on the agenda for the evening of March 19th to end the moratorium for your consideration. We are not asking to extend the moratorium for necessarily this entire 30 days, and we can have consideration of that motion at our meeting on the 19th. And so with that, I will take public comment on this item.
Hi, good evening. Attorney Greg Braun again for 121 Two Rod Road, 151 Two Rod Road, Mr. Daniel Dickinson in White Pine LP. I just would state for the record that those individuals, those landowners in the light industrial zone object to and would ask you to vote down this request. I would point out the time is of the essence. There was a reason why 90 days was chosen as opposed to a longer period of time. All the while that this moratorium is in place, it's prohibiting what would otherwise be legally approved and correct uses of property by these landowners. At the same time, they're still obligated to pay taxes to the town for this property that they cannot use for those purposes. They're still having to cover all of the expenses and costs associated with maintaining those. And it puts a cloud over their title so that not only can they not develop it or use it as the ordinance would otherwise allow, but they can't even sell it because of the uncertainties surrounding it. And for these reasons, I would suggest that time is of the essence. You chose a shorter time period for a reason, and ask that you deny and vote down the request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to make public comment? Welcome.
Denise Hamilton, to Rod Road. We had, agreed, the moratorium, the compromise was to reduce it to 90 with the understanding that you thought you could get through the whole process. It is coming up short. With all due respect to Dan Dickinson, he's owned this property for 2.5 years. He bought the property without consulting with the town and knowing there were any conversations going on, which we had brought up before he even came forward. All of our homes, we've been there for 50, 60, 65 years. This is our properties we've been paying taxes on for all that time. We are as much vested in this area of town. We are more vested in this area of town than someone who's been there 2.5 years and hadn't done anything to that point. So I would ask that we be shown the same respect as was shown for the marijuana moratorium. I'm not asking for 180, but let's get through the process. We've come this far. We've been to meetings, ordinance, long range, town council, an extra week. We deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Council discussion. Council Cushing. Thank you.
This is another case of we do a deal, we miss something in the deal, and now we go back and change the deal, and the people who pay the price are, in this case, the landowner. It is not lost on me, Councilor Donovan, maybe it's not lost on you that the representative for Mr. Dickinson used the legal term of art, time is of the essence. That would lead me to believe that he's establishing a record. And I think that, let's move our meeting, right? Let's inconvenience ourselves. If the moratorium is going to expire before our meeting, then let's move the meeting. And we'll hold the meeting and hold the discussion within the context of the 90 days. Why do we put it on him? Because, as April said, this is an administrative thing. I get it. It's a simple administrative thing. But as you might guess, I'm not particularly disposed to vote for any of this for reasons mentioned heretofore. Thank you.
Other council discussion. Councilor Anderson?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is unfortunate that we have to do this, but I think we learned in the marijuana example where we did have a couple of days lapse that it does create exposure. And so I think for the town exposure, I think it's important that we let the process work itself out, make the decisions we need to make, and in the moratorium, and assuming on second read something passes next meeting, I will be voting in positive to remove the moratorium. So it's really just one day that would be added on to anybody affected by this. So I think one day we can hopefully work through.
Thank you. Counselor Fellows.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Counselor Anderson. I mean, I think there's sort of, sometimes there seems to be a recurring theme of sort of wishing we were operating under a different system and a different charter and a different set of ordinances, but this is the framework in which we're operating. I think we're all trying to operate in good faith within that framework. In terms of, as for, you know, legal references, we also heard arbitrary and capricious. Those are, yes, those are legal terms. I can't speculate on the intent behind invoking those words, but I am comfortable with our process.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Other council discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? 5-2. Thank you very much. At this time, I will make a motion to suspend the rules that prohibit this body from taking up new business after 10 p.m.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Show that as 6-1. Thank you. Order number 25-024, act on the request from the police chief to accept a donation in the amount of $1,000 from the Bank of America Charitable Gift Fund on behalf of Robert and Joan Carpenter Tricoli of Scarborough. Welcome, Chief.
Good evening. You took the words right out of my mouth. Just here to seek council approval for this very generous donation. In fact, since I've been chief here, the Tricolis have come forward with a similar amount each year that I've been here. And I know Chief Kinlan will be here in a few short weeks to do the same. So I'd appreciate your vote to approve. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Any council discussion? Counselor Anderson?
Just a question, because they seem to be recurring donors. I'm just curious, does the police do anything visibly in the station to like acknowledge the people who have donated to the police station?
Not specifically. If it, if it goes to, for instance, I think the last donation we received went directly to Lauren Dembski Martin for the social services department. So in that case, Lauren made it clear of what she intended to use that money for. This was essentially just directed to use at will for the police department. So, but that's a great idea. Once we earmark where this money's going to go and what we're going to use it for, then we can certainly make that known to the Tricolis.
Yeah.
So thank you.
I would note the fact the council adopts this, it is recorded in the minutes forever. So there is some sort of public acknowledgement and recognition of the donation.
Any other council discussion? Okay, with gratitude, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Show that as unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Order number 25-025, act on the request of the town manager to sign the license agreement renewals with Ryan McPherson doing business as None Such Oysters LLC and with Matt Hassler doing business as Saltwind Sea Farm for use of the south side of the town pier for working floats.
Yes, there are multiple agricultural leases up the river, if you will. Two of the operations have approached the town in the past, and we've granted approval for them to allow the placement of a float on the, I'll call the inside of the pier. It's an area that we do not dock boats. I suppose the smaller boats and skiffs could do that, but we're not taking up any space from any other commercial user. So the approach conventionally and historically has been through a license agreement as opposed to a lease. License agreement gives us far more flexibility in terms of notice. If we find another use and we need to move them off, we really have far more greater authority. In these cases, I am proposing a very modest increase in fee to $1,200 a year. And in one case, they'll be making some improvements to the pier that we'll oversee and have to approve. But these have been great operators, and I strongly encourage your approval.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Is there a motion?
Second.
Council discussion.
I should have mentioned, I beg your pardon, by way of prior council action, these monies go directly into the Working Waterfront Reserve Fund, so they do not become tax dollars, if you will, and so they'll be used to reinvest back in the waterfront.
Thank you for that, Tom. Any other council discussion? Councilor Doherty, thank you.
Yeah, I guess this is the first I've heard of it. South side is the parking lot side. There's a loading ramp on the outward bound side. It's not there. It's the upward where the harbor master's boat is.
Correct. As you're going out the pier, it'll be on your left side, on the inside of the pier.
On the inside, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, a lot of
and
boats.
these floats essentially sit back to back, right next to each other, if you will.
And how big are they?
The dimensions are specified. Well, me. Yeah,
8 feet by 20.
one is 8 foot by 20 and another one is slightly different.
10 by 16?
I guess my only concern is I don't know about, I'm not fishing on that side of the river, but if I was, I know that where the guys tie their skiffs up there. That's where they all tie their skiffs up. A lot of them have on the beach, some of them have them tied on the inside of the pier.
Yeah, the skiffs are actually tied on that same side, some of them. But there seemed to be a way to make it all work. These floats have been here, at least one of them, at least 10 years.
Oh, they already exist there. This isn't something new.
No,
Oh,
this is
okay.
renewal.
All right, okay.
So
I
we've
thought
got
it
good
was-
experience and.
Okay, I was gonna say, the guys at Pine Point are gonna be pissed if I approve this and I didn't know what I was doing.
I think we'd hear about it if they were a problem.
Okay,
And we haven't.
all right, okay, I'm happy then,
Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you. Any other council discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Show that as unanimous. Thank you. Order number 25-026 is act on the request to establish the Sustainability Reserve Fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 30A, Sections 5801 and 5802 of the Maine Revised Statutes as amended and supplemented to date. This originated with the Sustainability Committee, and our Sustainability Coordinator, Jamie, is here. Welcome.
Good evening. I'll try to make this quick. So as Madam Chair mentioned, this is a request from the Sustainability Committee. It is a recommendation from the town's Energy and Sustainability Plan, which was adopted by Council in 2017, to establish this reserve account to support energy efficiency and sustainability initiatives, and also to provide potential matching funds for grant proposals. The proposal is to dedicate a portion of excess revenues from electrical permit fees and fees in lieu from the EV charging ordinance to establish that account. And any expenditures from that account would have to be approved by town council. Happy to answer questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Jamie?
I would just add, there was further discussion at the Finance Committee. I do intend to include money in the FY26 budget to further supplement this. So that will be another point of discussion, but it will be part of the budget discussion, not this.
Is there anyone wishing to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Council discussion. Councilor Anderson.
Just want to thank this, a little bit, I'm tired, the Sustainability Committee for bringing this to us. You brought it to us a year ago and we didn't get to it. And I'm glad the Finance Committee was able to get to it this year. And so looking forward to not only supporting this, but also making sure we set aside money in the budget process. I'll continue to push and advocate for that.
Thank you, John. I will say that in my first 2 years on the council, I also brought it forward as a recommendation and tried to get finance to take it up, and there wasn't time or the circumstances weren't right. And so I am thrilled that now we have support for this, and I'm really grateful that the Sustainability Committee stayed with us and continued to push this initiative. With that, I will go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor? I show that as unanimous. Thank you. Item 9 is non-action items. There are no non-action items this evening. Item 11 is council member comments. None. Counselor Doherty.
I want to go home.
I would also like to go home. My only comment is a very polite request because I don't want to appear combative in a meeting, to please wait to be recognized to speak during a meeting. And I make that request respectfully for all of us so that everyone, I apply the rules evenly to everybody at all times. Counselor Doherty. Certainly.
In support of Don, I sat here and he was reaching for his mic like he does. You said his name, and I really think he was calling on him. He didn't raise his hand, he didn't reckon, but you said you was scolding him and saying, Mr. Cushing, but he thought you was recognizing him. I really do think that's what happened.
My
And I
comment
think-
was not directed at any one person. It happened multiple times this evening, and
It
my
did.
request would just be that we really wait and yield and acknowledge to
I
be
agree.
spoken.
100%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I will ask for a motion to adjourn, please.
Second.
All those in favor? It's unanimous. Have a safe night. Thank you very much, everybody.